history with a landmark intellectual engagement which will feature Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka on February 5 at the Yoruba Tennis Club, Onikon, Lagos. The event, a special centenary seminar series, is designed to formally signal the commencement of the club's 100th anniversary celebrations and underscore its long-standing role as a meeting point for culture, intellect, and civic discourse. The club's centenary celebration is themed a century at the forefront of history and tradition, and it is expected to feature a series of activities aimed at reflection and idea-driven engagement. Now joining me in the studio are the chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Engineer Chief Olawumi Gaspar. Chairman, thank you for joining us on this day live. And he's also here with the vice chairman, and that's Sir Babatunde Shubhamowo. You're welcome, sir. Well, let's start at the beginning. September, I think, 1926, now to the year 2026, the oldest indigenous social club in Nigeria. What's the background? I heard that Yoruba Tennis Club had to be established because black people were not allowed to go to Ikoyi Club 1938. Is that the truth? Or
yes, it is the case.
Okay.
Interestingly, the early decades and the 20th century, Lagos was learning to define itself. And you now had educated Africans working with the colonial administrators. And these were very fluent and competent young professionals, but they were excluded from the space. What was the space? The space was engagement, belonging to social clubs. And social clubs itself is not only for leisure. It's for legitimacy, it's for recognition, it's for belonging. And as young professionals, they thought, look, went to the same schools with this guy, went to Oxford, we went to Cambridge, we went to Glasgow, we went to Dublin. Why should we be excluded? And they thought, well, it's not a matter of carrying placards and all that. Let's look at a different path. And different path decided to form, to meet at 75 to Kumbo Street on the island to form a social club called Ore. Friendship is good. Orelu. They formed that. And they essentially to dine, to wine. Later on in September of that same year, they decided to change the name to Yoruba Tennis Club, from Oreludun to Yoruba Tennis Club. And it was not a war of declaration of tribe. It was that of ownership. And why did I say that? Because if the club there was called European Club, which has been transformed to the Lagos Non-Tennis Club now, they decided, why if it's European Club, Yoruba then was a nation, let's call it Yoruba Tennis Club. So it was the declaration of ownership to say, this is we, this is who we are. And then gradually, you know, very bright young professionals then, via Allen, Aradewale Randu, Ade Adeniji, and of course, Herbert Macaulay, young, you know. And given a location somewhere around Onikon, later on, that was taken away from them, another location. But the very good thing about them was it was an intellectual engagement, because they realized that independence was coming. And they focused very much on intellectual engagement to say, look, let us start practicing or preparing leadership. How do we get leaders that would fill in the gaps that will be at independence? So luckily enough, that worked very well. Independence came. They were very prominent. Most of those who drove the programs were harvested from those young professionals from Yoruba Tennis Club. Again, the military came. Currently, the military, relied on very same young professionals who are basically lawyers, engineers, judges, all around, for most of the programs that were rolled out post-war by the military regime then. So it's evolved. In the 30s and the 40s and the 70s, the Ladies' Week came to support the welfare, and it became more of a family club. And then now we have the 100th anniversary. We'll have preponderance of young members now. We can say about 80% of our membership, young cerebral, young members, professionals, and and that's the.
Let me ask the Vice Chairman, Vice Chairman Shubham. What will you define, or what will you say are the defining movements in the?
All right. So actually here that an organization is 100 years old. By the way, again, the person who just spoke is the chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Olaomi Gaspar. The Shobham that I mentioned earlier is the vice chairman. Anyway, they mentioned that they were having a centenary seminar.
And this movement, which correctly, accurately named itself the Yoruba Tennis Club, is both in recognition of the game and in recognition of who they were, who started the association. And the answer to all sorts of carping is simply, if you don't like it, if you don't like the name, go back to your own village and start your own. So now, to your...
That line, if you don't like it, go back to your village and start your own. It was actually referring to a particular person and a group of people. Let me even say a particular group of people. When he said, if you don't like it, go back to... This idea of universalism, that we are all global citizens, is nonsense. It's not real. It's not real. It's not based on reality, and that's what he's saying, and that's what he chose the name Yoruba Tennis Club. I'm going somewhere with this. I want you to finish that thing. I want you to listen to it again, and then you'll finish his speech. And he said, if you don't like the fact that it's called Yoruba, go back to your village and start your own. He was referring to a particular person. I'm going to read you something from that person very soon. Take a listen again.
It's simply, if you don't like it, if you don't like the name, go back to your own village and start your own. So now, to your question. Yes, I was actually thinking very nationally when I wrote that play. I was also thinking culturally, it's inevitable. That's where I draw my breath, in the culture of my own community. But at the same time, I was pessimistic. The play was supposed to be, according to the concept of some people, to be a product of celebration, of achievement. But I felt that the work was only beginning, and that the euphoria was not paying sufficient attention to what lay ahead. And the way you accurately, at least, tie your vision to the future is to be aware of the past, of your own history. One of the horrors that I think this nation has encountered, I would like to cite as being relevant to the question which you asked. I used the word history just now. Many people use it loosely. Say, I'm a historian. I'm historically conscious and so on. No, history is something which we make of our very present, which made us what we are today, and we move from there. And that play was very conscious of the pitfalls that lay ahead through a failure to constantly live with that consciousness of what we are today as a guide to our vision of the future.
Let's move on, because he's going to talk about the play he wrote, back in the day. So, somebody wrote his autobiography, published it in 1970. It's called My Odyssey, and the person who wrote it is Azikiwe, and this is what he said in his book. This is Nnamdi Azikiwe. On my return to Nigeria, I followed my experience in Ghana and tried to join the leading tennis clubs. Take that again. On my return to Nigeria, I followed my experience in Ghana and tried to join the leading tennis clubs, partly to improve my game and also to broaden my circle of friends. I applied for membership of the Yoruba Tennis Club. At that time, it had in its membership virtually all the leading tennis players of Nigeria resident in Lagos, and most of these were well known to me, but I was debarred from membership. I asked a few friends and I was informed that an unwritten law existed in that club not to admit into its membership any person of Igbo descent, no matter how eminent he might be. Naturally, I was disappointed because some of the players were my schoolmates and contemporaries. In view of this act of tribal discrimination, I decided to establish an athletic. I'll come back to read the second part. Listen to this. If a Yoruba person learn from the others, what they did by ensuring that I didn't join is the best thing to do, and it's how Nigerians should be structured. Okwenkoni Yoruba Tennis Club, Kilo Wambe. Why did they start Yoruba Tennis Club? Because they were excluded by the British. And they said that by the Europeans, and they were like, we are also a nation, we're creating something for our own people, where we can gather and talk. Where you won't come and tell us that, why are you speaking Yoruba? Why are you acting like, are you not more Nigeria with us? They created Yoruba Tennis Club, and even back then, Zik is saying they were tribally discriminatory. Like, it's theirs. And that's what Professor Olushenka was insinuating. Like, if you don't like it, start your. But here's the crazy part. Zik first threw tantrums about the fact that Yoruba people were not going to accept others into a Yoruba club in Yoruba land. And then he went ahead to create something, which is brilliant, by the way. But what it is actually quite interesting. He says here, naturally, I was disappointed because some of the players were my schoolmates. By the way, it wasn't like it was not that they excluded him because he was Igbo. They excluded him because he was not Yoruba. That's the point. You don't belong to this. Why do people want to belong in every space? Why? What makes you think you must belong to every group? This man, you know what? I'm going to come back to this. Let me read something. I'm coming back to this one. This man did all of the same, all this. Ayojuna, Tojibole Anuru did it until he joined Reformed Ogboni. Let me respond to you very quickly. I'm coming back to that Yoruba Tennis Club very, very soon. Just to let you also know that some of what you're seeing right now, nothing. 1 second, I'll find you something. This is from an article in Vanguard. Okay. One young public servant who got so close was bold enough to ask Zik about his association with Ogboni and the metaphysical powers attributed to him by somebody. What metaphysical powers? They say that, let me go back a bit. As a titled man and Ogboni member, a lot was attributed to Zik. One legend said he went to the belly of the ocean to trick a mermaid. It was also peddled in bars and markets that the politician was invincible. One young public servant who got so close was bold enough to ask Zik about his association with Ogboni and the metaphysical powers attributed to him by supporters and opponents alike. The response was like an exclusive story. Zik admitted he was an Ogboni member because when he returned from the US to settle in Lagos, almost everyone that mattered in Nigeria belonged to the fraternity. The returnee did not want to be left behind, so the best way to climb up was to join them. However, Zik later withdrew from the group when quote-unquote ethnocentric considerations began to feature excessively in its activities. What kind of nonsense is this? Ethnocentric considerations nations began to feature excessively in its activities and beclouded the supposed favor available to members. Thus, continued membership did not hold much rationality. In other words, you enter a reformed Ogboni fraternity. I don't know what you're looking for. We're trying to find a ladder up to climb the social ladder. And now you are leaving because it's becoming too ethnic. It's a Yoruba organization. They allowed him. Yoruba Tennis Club did not allow him, and I prefer Yoruba Tennis Club. It's important to actually create some things just for yourself as Yoruba people. Like, this is ours. Oh, does that mean you hate us? That's your business. Tonight, before you sleep, are you going to shut your door or not? That space is for you and your family. That's what it means. I don't know why Yoruba people are always apologizing for this thing in the name of, Anyway, let's go back to this. So Zik says here that he applied for membership of the Yoruba Tennis Club, and he was debarred from membership. Naturally, I was disappointed because some of the players were my schoolmates and contemporaries. In view of this act of tribal discrimination, I decided to establish an athletic club which would open the doors of its membership to sportsmen and women of all races, nationalities, and classes residing in Nigeria. So with MRB Osun, I founded, guess the name of the club that Zik founded in 1938. Guess the name of the club. Yoruba people have Yoruba Tennis Club. Zik wants to do something that will be open to all of us, all Nigerians, all human beings, regardless of races and nationalities. And he went on to call it Zik Athletic Club. So let's speak against Yoruba people creating something for Yoruba people in Yoruba land. But you create something and name it after yourself in Yoruba land for everybody. Why didn't you give it a name for everybody? Why didn't you call it Human Tennis Club? Why did you call it your name? All right, good evening, everybody. Good to be here. Thank you very much for joining us today. Lovely Wednesday evening. Hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you are. Thank you so much for being here. Would really like to play something from the archives because those things help us to understand that the things that we're going through right now in Nigeria's political landscape or in our interactions are not necessarily new. They've been around for a bit, and so whenever we gather, we try to listen to some of the conversations we've had in the past about things like this. And also, if you want to um, hear more, you can go to Busui Oris, the YouTube channel. The title of the video we were listening to just now is Yoruba Tennis Club and why Zik wasn't allowed to join. These things help us to understand, history a lot better. So please check it out, Yoruba Tennis Club and why Azikiwe wasn't allowed to join. It's on Busui Oris YouTube channel. Having said that, I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to get us to 32.1k likes on TikTok. Thank you so much. Right, thank you for power tapping. Thanks for liking the live. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for pushing the live forward. All right, we're glad to have you here. I'd like to mention some names like I always do. There are people here on TikTok like Akadol, Koboko, Rotimi Kayode, John. Thank you, ma'am. This is gentleman. His name is not here anymore, but I saw him at the beginning. Bonfire Studios. Thank you, everybody, for your support. God bless you. Somebody says, Coco says, I wonder why Zik didn't complain that Catholic Church is too European. One of these days, I think we should, discuss how folks from the Southeast started a church, right, and made Zik one of the focal points of that church. It was essentially one of the saints in the church. And so every time they were having services, they would read a portion of his book, The Renaissance Africa. That's the book. I've read it here before. It was published in 1934. They read a portion of that book and other books, right? And then Zik, they even wrote a song for Zik, and they would eulogize him, and they would say all kinds of things about his greatness. It was called National Church of Nigeria, something like that. Kind of crazy things people have done in the past, and I think that's why it's very difficult for people to understand the fact that the person you're talking about is human, particularly when he messed them up. They now got really angry and went to the other extreme of just, denigrating him. But that's their business. But we will talk about it just to tell you how whatever you're seeing people do with Peter Obi today, they did it with Zeke. They elevated to the point where they essentially deified him. When you begin to read a person's book as scripture during Sunday services, and then you say things, sorry, what's the word, quote whatever he's saying, and make it look as if you're creating something national. Lord Zeke, what people did 10, 15 centuries before, you began to do it in the 20th century in Nigeria. They find a human. It's just a ridiculous nonsense. I mean, but it is what it is. People wake up whenever you wake up is your morning. So I guess they chose to wake up at the time they did, but that's all right. So thanks everybody for being here. I'm glad you joined us. If you're on YouTube, we're glad you're here. Please like the live and share. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel. So you're always on YouTube. And if you're on Facebook, thanks for being here. Kindly like and share. For those on Twitter, please like and repost. So we're streaming on Instagram as well. I'm sure we're gonna have a great time today. We're looking at a number of stuff to talk about today. We're going to begin with, oh shoot, we didn't change the title on Guinea. We're going to begin with give me a second, please. So if you're on Twitter, I'm going to have to end the live and then restart. The title there is not what we're doing today. Sorry about that. All right, so we're discussing Tinubu's scorecard, which was unveiled earlier today, and I think it's important to discuss. At least part of it. It's quite long, so it's not going to be everything, but and then of course there is Fayose on Osun State election. Fayose shared his thoughts, some interesting things in that conversation he had on TVC. Also, Brymo on Igbos. He said some things we will try to interrogate, and then of course the clowns are back insulting and ascribe to Baba. So we're going to talk about that as well. And like I said, when it comes to Awo, there is a generation that will defend his honor, not because he's perfect, but because he's our Jiggy. When you are Baba Jiggy, I want Jiggy Taranwo. When you look in that mirror, you see possibilities. I'm not going to allow people. I want to help one. I want to ẹni tó bá níròyìn kò lè mọ èèyàn. Àjẹ́ káwọn tó nírú wọn kí wọ́n máa fẹ́ nu ẹ̀tẹ́ kí wọ́n bọ ẹnu ẹ̀tẹ́ lu Papa. So the nonsense they said, I'll play it. And the things they said, Papa said, I'll play it as well. And by God, I'm going to defend that. Okay? No matter whose ox is God. Having said that, let's get into today's conversation. Let's begin with Ayo Fayose, who is a former governor of Ekiti State. Sean Obakwa, you have not missed Brymo. We'll get to that later. All right, so let's begin with Ayo Fayose. Ayo Fayose was on TVC today. I think we should begin with the conversation he had with Nifemi, in the lobby, because it's a bit raw, and he said some things. So that part of the screen, you know how things like that go. I think we should begin with that. Yeah, take a listen, please.
Money that went to that election from the Accord Party itself cannot be under 40 billion. 40 billion. I stand to be corrected because without Commissioner also, with all due respect to you, if you will appoint me, it's not an issue.
What the Accord Party is saying is that irrespective of the attempt to buy people's vote, they still won.
Well, the issue is Nigerians fooling Nigerians, or you're fooling yourself as an individual, as a party. Accord Party readily help their opponents. The money that went to that election from The Accord party itself cannot be under 40 billion.
40 billion.
But I stand to be corrected. Secondly, on Monday, they sent over 7.5 billion to the various local governments, various wards. The minimum of the wards that got the minimum will be about 35 million. The ward is about 7, 8, 9 polling units.
And this money was for what? This money was
well, they will be the one to define what the money is. You see, when you listen to people say that we won because we were praying, it was as a sort of prayer. They should pocket such lies. The fact that I don't come to the public does not mean I'm doing the right thing. The fact remains that both parties spend stupendously. They spend beyond the threshold, like every other political party. So let's not.
So both APC and Accord party.
I'm saying that don't let anybody come and tell you it's possible because we are praying, we are fasting was why we won the election. That was how I did the analysis of the election. The fact remains that the two sides spend to outwit each other. In the first place, let me ask you, the 20 million largesse that went out like a week before the election that prompted the EFCC to restrict the account shows that something is not right. Why don't you send those largesse to the people 6 months ago? Nigerians will use to hide, will do a lot of things. Those the government wants to play their saints. They give an impression it's APC spending, it's APC that spend. The two of them.
But it also speaks, because you are the governor.
Yes.
They have to speak to the popularity of Governor Adeleke.
All right, so the conversation is a bit long, but I just want to pause it at this point because he kept repeating that two of them spent a lot of money. Now, we heard certain things in the past, but before I play you what the governor of Osun State, who is also the, he got his certificate of return earlier today, which is quite interesting and beautiful, I should say. But I'm going to play you something he said a while back. But I think what Fayose is saying here is a response to what Adeleke, that's Governor Ademola Adeleke's brother, what he said, a few days ago. I'd like us to take a listen to that very quickly. This is that's Davido's dad. All right, take a listen, please.
Record me and play it to him. Let him hear. And let him know the reason why we defeated them. The only reason why we defeated them, father, it's not because we are bigger, but we spend more money than you. On election, they don't spend any money. They spend 60 billion, as we have. Some places they bought votes for as high as 50,000 naira for one single vote. On the day of the election, when I heard the kind of money they were spending, I went back to my little corner in my room and knelt down and I prayed to God. This collect their money, or let them see vote for Ademola Adeleke. And I'm just wondering to know my routine. When I kneel down to pray every day, I have some Bible passages and verses that I read and that I pray with. And this is part of my testimony.
All right, so that's what I think. Former governor of Ekiti State, Fayose, who is now the chairman of Rural Electrification Agency. I think that's what he was referring to. That you can't say that you're just praying. But here's the thing: you can't deny also that he was praying because you were not there. Somebody says lambalicious. I mean, whatever you think is fine. But the point is, he said he was praying. So maybe he was praying. However, his brother definitely was not just praying. He was doing other things apart from praying. Take a listen to what he said during one of the campaigns.
You are the one to decide. You should already
So in case they were so I mean, he started by saying that it's the people who will decide. Then he said if it's about money, that he has brought the money, and he has not just brought naira, he has brought dollars and pounds and euros, and to be fire for fire. Therefore, it looks like it wasn't just praying. I mean, clearly it wasn't just praying because he's just talked about bringing in money. I mean, Nigeria's election can be like that. We all know that. And I think we have to be very careful with all these statements about Akongbadura. And maybe you were praying, because I can't say you were not praying, but doesn't mean that everybody was just praying. Because that's what I think Fayose was trying to get to in that conversation when he said nobody should tell us that they were praying. They spent about 40 billion naira. And here's the thing. I don't think either party can, I mean, any of the parties can actually, what's the one, accuse the other one of whatever it is that they also did. I have many things to say, but let's listen to Fayose continue that conversation before we then go to the proper interview he had on TVC. This is a chat he had with Nifemi Oguntoye, the one we're listening to earlier. Let's just continue for a bit longer.
As we use for high, we do a lot of things. Those the government wants to play their sins. They give an impression it's APC spending, it's APC that spend. The two of them.
But it also speaks, because you are the governor.
Yes.
They have to speak to the popularity of Governor Adeleke, irrespective of the quantum of money from both sides.
If you are popular, why are you spending?
He won with a record vote, 511,000.
Let's keep it. We're not talking about the votes. We're talking about the differential. It is the differential they call a win, not the number of.
Sorry, I need to quickly address somebody. Someone says Ebi Adeleke Koni Shubu Lai Lai. So please, if you're a very emotional person, I don't think you should be getting involved in conversations about politics. I love the Adelekes, right? And I said it before, I like the way the family, I like their family dynamic. I like how they are, so closely knit. Like, it's a beautiful family. The conversation is not whether the family is going down. I don't know why you would write that in the comment section. I think it's totally unnecessary. You guys who are so emotional, Emma, that sort of politics or because I don't know how you went from people talking about people spending money to that the family will not go down. Why would anybody want the family to go down? Oh my sure.
That number, 500 and something and 400 and something to the other to the is to the population of Osun.
But the backstory is that APC had its own challenges. That the way and manner the candidates emerged in the first place, as a selection, not as a primary election, the displeasure that the
tell me who will have been
the aspirants.
Tell me who will have been the candidate.
No.
I'm not saying that there was no selection. But let me say to you, every other leader that people look up to play a very important role in influencing how the process will go. You understand? In Ekiti, in other states, it is either the outgoing governor or the leader of the party that largely put their support on one of the candidates. So the fact that it has happened in Osun, I've asked you the same question. All the other contestants, they've given them same opportunity.
the point I'm making is that someone like Senator Omishiru, who used to be National Secretary of Yes, there are conversations as to whether indeed the reconciliation worked, given
It never worked.
given the votes that we saw in Ife.
It never worked. Because without Omishiru also, with all due respect to him, Ife will have gone away with it. It's not an issue.
All right, so we're not going to listen to everything because of time, and there's the Ife dynamic to the whole story, but that's not what we want to discuss today. I just want to talk about, I mean, the Omisore thing. I'm sure they're going to sort of settle him, and settle amongst themselves. However, I would have preferred if APC collaborated with Ademola Adeleke, just like the president himself wanted. You know, we listened to something about that yesterday. President wanted him to run, you know, and let APC, you know, welcome him into the party. But the Osun State folks were like, no. You know why? Because so what's all the we can defeat him? What does it come to? You know, but I think it's also good. At least they're able to flex, but it would have been better because I've made them align, you know, a lot easier. What makes it, you know, cool regardless is that Ademola Adeleke is still campaigning for the president. We're going to talk about that again today, but from another perspective. Before we move on to other people, let's finish the interview. Well, let's listen to the interview, the proper interview, right? That so interview proper that Fayose had on TVC. Please take a listen to just a few clips, and then we'll move on to other things. Take a listen to this one.
The federal government wants to take an election, they will take it. If the federal government, the ones I know of the past, if they want to take an election, there's nothing you can do.
I think that was why your friend Yesawike says our court party won because President Bola Tinubu allowed the poll to be free and fair.
And that is very true.
If President Tinubu wanted to win Osun, Yesawike would have been on the ground.
That's
some bragging that cannot be substantiated. The government is very popular.
Excuse me, I just did an analysis for you. I just took 46,000 votes from Ede. You have 20,000 left. Let me give you an instance. It was taken from me in 2018 by all means possible. Those futures did not play out in Ede. 3 days before my election, the government house was jammed. You can't talk to anyone on the phone. All my security details from whatever name you call it.
Sorry, we're going to listen to that. But he said something in the beginning I think we should quickly talk about before we listen to the full stuff. He said that the presidency wanted the election to be free and fair, and that's why it was free and fair. Of course, you have a lot of Nigerians saying, how can you say it like that? You know, it's not because they wanted it and all of those things. And then the lady referred to something that Wiki had said, which was the basis for what she then asked Fayose. So I want you to listen to what Wiki said, and maybe we're going to even discuss that just for a bit. Like, why would Wiki say something like that? And also the reaction that people have been putting out against what Wiki said. So 1 second, I want you to listen to Wiki first, and then we'll go back to Fayose. By the way, if you're very like this idea, this is how it should be. Maybe this will also help us to understand the conversation. Take a listen to this.
The effort, the effort made by federal government. I am not wrong in that, but federal government are part of the federal government. And I'm sure that if the president wanted to win Osun at all costs, I would give up, and I would have been there.
So listen to what he said though. If the president wanted to win Osun at all costs, I will be there. So it would have involved me. I would have been there if he wanted to win at all costs. Please, Emma, body a deal. Because by the time we're done, you now understand you will be able to answer the question I'm going to pose later. Take a listen to this.
And the governor would have known that it was different. Election is not one day. Election is not one day. Election is a process. You can't just get up in the morning to go and win a president is a politician now. So people should not, when they say colleagues, governors, as of a party, think that by going there, we have a form of influence. It is to the people. I didn't see anything that anybody would tell the federal government did. Do you know what you're talking about? If federal government carried influence, do you not see 2019 influence in the university election? Where you saw federal might, where the military was fully involved, where women came out naked, carrying their breasts, showing the soldiers, look at our breasts, you would do anything here today. That's what they say. When you see might, military might, federal might, where you see where military base was turned to collation center. That's when they talk about federal might. Come on, when they say people like that, there is party no contest. If you were trying to support Adeleke, why did you feed the candidate? Their candidate have lost. You are now saying, oh, thank God the Accord Party won. Are you a member of Accord Party? If you are talking about coalition, you would have done the coalition before then. You would have come to say, look, everybody in this party stepped down. We want Accord to win this election. Then you would have made sense. Then after the election, you say, oh, we won. Look, they won. What did the say? He said, President, I thank you for allowing a free and fair election. And for that purpose, I want to reiterate my commitment I made to you. I will still support you for a second. So they are thinking that, having said, oh, Adeleke, you have won. They are looking for a...
So here's the thing. Someone in the comment section, it just sounded like the other people here in the comment section of this video. The person's name is Kelechi. Oh, okay. Let's welcome them. Hopefully, we'll have a robust conversation that will be devoid of unnecessary gossip. So let's still leave him for now. So here's the thing. What exactly did he say that is wrong? People said, oh, he talked about how he's going to rig election. Is that really what he said? Is that what he really said? Number one, the conversation is really about the fact that the presidency allowed, or the president allowed for a free and fair election. Now, here's the thing. You may say, what's the big deal about that? Is that not what it's supposed to do? Let me tell you a story. Years ago, this was, I think, 2008, thereabout. My family, my dad, some of us went somewhere, right? So we're driving back. And we're having a conversation about Ogun State and the what the governor was doing at the time. I think at the time, the previous governor was OGD. Or OGD was the governor at the time or something. We're talking about the projects that OGD did. OGD had constructed, OGD is Otunba Benga Daniels, by the way. OGD had constructed, stadia, I think 5 stadia across Ogun State. So we're having a conversation and we're just talking about what he had done, and somebody, and I don't want to say, in case the person watches this video, somebody said in my family, like, and what's the big deal? Is that what he should have done? So I now said, this was 2008. I was like, what do you mean that's what he should have done? What if he didn't do it? What would you have done? Nothing. And I'm not saying it's good that you'll not be able to do anything. It's just that those who haven't done anything and spent the money, you didn't do anything to them. I'm not talking about the state specifically, just policies generally. And my dad was like, that I was correct. That the fact that he did it and it was his job does not stop you from appreciating him. You can't say, why should he, how come he's doing, how come I should appreciate him? Is that not his job? What we're saying basically is this. This last election, the president wanted it to be free and fair. Now, I'm glad he did. And I really hope that that's how all elections will play out. Because what that does is it shows him as a Democrat. What we are saying is that in the past, certain presidents and their presidency and people in the presidency would ensure that the election went a certain way
Now you can say it's bad, but the point is, what did you do about it when they did it? Wiki was referring to a time when soldiers were deployed to his own state, and it took women coming out naked, to essentially protest against the presence of soldiers. The question to those who are speaking English under this video online is that what did they do when soldiers went to River State? When the federal government decided to actually put up the federal government's might in order to win election based on what they wanted, what did they do? What did they do in 2003 in the Southwest? You know how that election went down, Abi? What did they do? What did they do in 2007? That was so bad, even the person who became president said the election was mad with not just controversies, but what's the word now? Like there was rigging, there was a kind of, I'm looking for a softer word apart from the one that's coming to my head. The point is that election, Yar'Adua himself said there was a lot of malpractice. You see? So the question is, for those of us who are saying, why should we acknowledge what the president has done? Is that not his job? Is that not how it should go? Well, the question to you is this. When that happened in 2007, what did you do? When your vote, where did you begin to get voter apathy in Nigeria? Because that's one of the major problems of our elections in this country, voter apathy. People start playing football. Sorry, guys, I have to mute this clown. Sorry, please. It's one thing to have differing opinion. It's another thing to be a nuisance. Because I don't have a lot of people, I don't bring people up in the beginning. I work with people in the comment section a lot. So I'm going to mute you for 5 minutes. Hopefully that will help clear up this place. And then when we move to another topic, you can share your thoughts later. These clowns will come and tell you that we don't have standard in Nigeria. Meanwhile, where they are coming from, they don't have anything called good governance. So it's funny how you're the ones who understand what standard looks like. Let me finish my if you didn't do anything at the time, then if somebody is doing the right thing, just appreciate what they're doing. And like I said, the fact that the president did this, one of the issues we've been having in Nigerian politics, particularly like in the last 3 cycles thereabout, has been voter apathy. People say it every day. Elections don't count. That we're not going to go out to vote because people say it every time now. Elections don't mean anything because they already decided who would win. So if you have a situation where you could actually tell that, number one, Adeleke was popular in Osun State, regardless of politics, was popular in the state, and he won, the people begin to feel again like, okay, so this vote counts. And if you ask me, one of the major wins of Osun election is the knowledge that people now have, even if they didn't have it before, maybe because of whatever happened in the past, but the knowledge they now have right now that, listen, my vote counts. That means a lot. So when you want to say, go out and vote, it's not like, we'll just vote and nothing will come out of it. You can say, I'll see what happened in Osun State. The president's party lost. Even though the is the president and his party, the ruling party at the federal level, you see the election still, and by the way, let me finish that thought. The election still went the way it did, regardless of who was the president. That is a big plus as far as I'm concerned. That's one. Number two, we also have this thing in this country where it's when the powerful person loses, the more powerful person, when they lose, we consider that fairness. That is ridiculous. And it's how we think about this thing about underdogs. So if you have 2 contestants for an office, the more powerful person must lose for you to consider the contest to be fair. That's ridiculous. So that means that would like Mike Tyson to always lose, not to make it look as if the fight was fair. That's rubbish now. Or that every time Anthony Joshua got in the ring, he must lose so that we can prove that the umpire is fair. That's nonsense. The point is that sometimes they will win, but not everybody is saying it was fair because APC lost. That was also nonsensical because They will see presidency. APC will win. I mean, it's not APC at B. It's Tinubu will win this presidency by the grace of God. Okay, because God has the final say. But the point I'm trying to make is that acknowledging what the federal government has done in allowing for a free and fair election doesn't mean you're a sycophant. It doesn't mean you're punging. It just means that you are bright enough to understand that on a normal day, a normal day is not ideal. I'm saying the reality of our country, the way it has been working. Cooking shele by. All right. Number 2 or number 3, I don't know what number I am now. When EFCC was having issues with Ademola Adeleke, I mean, this was just last week, right? It was just last week. The week of the election, no shele now. That when EFCC put a ban on, froze the account, or should I say the account. Of course, they did it because they had a right to do it, to be clear. They had a legal right to do it. But the president was the one who said, you've got to do something about that. Unfreeze that account. Why should he do that? When Emefiele decided to change the currency during the last election, presidential election, what did Buhari say? Nothing. If you see somebody doing something good, the fact that you're acknowledging it doesn't mean you will die. All this nonsense like, oh, our bar is too low. You don't have any bar. This person is actually trying to even create a bar for you. You're shouting your bar is low. You don't have anyone to start with. I'm talking to the one in the comment section earlier. Why? Even your governor, what was his name? The Anambra man. Because he thought it was going to work in his favor. He was supposed to actually go against Tinubu. This whole currency, abracadabra that they were doing at the time. If the federal government doesn't want you to win, they will do everything to make sure you don't win. Tinubu clearly doesn't think that way, because he could have not said anything. You see, there's something called plausible deniability. It's one thing for you to even, I don't even know, I didn't say anything. You could do that as the president now. You could have done that. Like, I didn't say anything. I didn't even know. It was only towards the election. Now discovered, And to be fair, I didn't even give them that directive. So I don't know what happened. Anybody can feign ignorance. He chose to instruct EFCC to unfreeze Osun State account. That counts for something. And this doesn't mean that, suddenly Tinubu is now the best thing since sliced bread. It's just that like I can forgo Tinubu bari lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. And like I said, all of these things, the greatest win, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm glad that Governor Adeleke is still the governor of Osun State, and he has, by the way, earlier today, like I said earlier, he collected the certificate of return. That's beautiful. But the greatest win of Osun State election is the fact that people's votes counted. And we want that to happen at the federal level. And here's the catch. When it happens at the federal level and your favorite lost, do not say the votes are suddenly not counted. For instance, when Tinubu lost in Lagos in 2023, everybody said the vote was okay. The election was fine. When it now got to Abuja, the 1,025 nonsense percent, Abuja is 37 state. Just talking all kind of rubbish. Okay? You have to be magnanimous even you're magnanimous in victory. What's the other one in loss? Look for the English. If you lose, and if you're not Tinubu's fan, you will lose this presidential election. It's not because the vote is not counting. And more than even the banter, the important thing is that we can now talk to people with confidence that will go and vote. I want you to support Tinubu, but I don't care if you are supporting him, in the sense that let your support of Tinubu or let your non-support of Tinubu not be the reason you are not voting. You know what I mean? Just go out and vote. Let's rebuild democracy, and that's what Tinubu is doing right now. I don't know why people are angry with that. I see saying, he's talking about how he's going to read the lecture, and that's why I said he would have been involved. You can't go as the governors of all the states and go and do what they call show of might, and then expect that somehow your preferred candidate would win. election is not about that day. That's what he's trying to say. It takes a while. And if you want to know how to win elections, let's remove rigging. Because that one, we cannot substantiate it as far as Wike is concerned. Excuse me. If you want to know how to election, just ask the question, how did Wike get people to vote for PDP in Abuja this last election, the AMAC election? Was it, that was one they did in Kule. Yeah, the area council elections. What did he do? People, we have to, people re-go. I'm not saying people don't re-go. That's not my point though. I'm just saying that when you reduce conversations to one thing, like the only reason people are winning is this unilateral, this, what's the word now? Unifactor, like it's the factor, Jesus, the only reason people are winning is just one factor. That's the only reason they are winning. It's because they rigged. It stops you from actually learning anything and from probing further. For instance, when you look at what happened in Abuja, Wike decided to upgrade kings. He decided to upgrade kings. What do you think that does to the people of the land? For you, it doesn't mean anything. It's not in the constitution. You are just fixated on a piece of paper. He's thinking about the emotions of the people. When he decided to build roads across the area councils, what do you think he was doing? You don't even have to bribe the people. They see that, number one, they're emotionally connected to the throne. You have elevated their kings. I think they were second class or something. Make them first class. And only he could have done that because he is the minister of FCT. Right? The people feel like they owe him something. You see the roads that is constructed all over Abuja. Listen, let's talk true. We'll talk true, bah? I don't know any minister of FCT. I don't know any. Jeremiah Husseini was popular, but he did not do anything close to what Wike has done. El-Rufai did well with the master plan, but no FCT minister. I stand to be corrected, but I think I'm right. But if you think I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. I don't think any FCT minister has done anything close to what Wike has done in 3 years as FCT minister. Shall we all live in Abuja now? In Abuja, this is the same Abuja. Tell me, I don't want to mention any. I'll just close to mentioning other people's names. I don't want to mention because I already mentioned the ones that I think, at least El-Rufai did well as far as the master plan restoration was concerned. He was fantastic. You can have issues with him for any other thing, but that's okay. But I did that one. But you cannot tell me one person who was FCT minister who has done anything close, remotely close to what Wike has done in 3 years. So here's the point. You think that kind of person would want to work with you to win an election in a particular place, and the only thing he's thinking about is rigging? Maybe you are the one who needs to actually work on the way you think. Because speaking English and, I see them on social media. I see them here. Just some of them are actually people that I, kind of like. Speaking nonsense. Very ignorant of how things work. So why did that person rig any? So once you say one rig any, you now have voter apathy. Oh, you don't have to vote now. And the funny thing about rigging God says is that you cannot rig where you're not popular. You can't rig where you're not popular now. Why did Peter Obi successfully rig? Labour Party, whether Peter Obi was involved or not, I don't know. But his presidential candidate was heavily rigged in the southeast. I've read the report here before. If you're looking for it, you can go to Redomi Global, go to the learning materials section, Redomi Global on Telegram, REDOMI Global. Look for the Substack article. You see the breakdown of the occurrence of rigging across the country. Compare what happened in the southeast to other parts of Nigeria. Nobody came close. The southeast was heavily, I have to say it, heavily rigged. How do you get 89.6% of the entire vote of the entire region? You think it was because there's a love part though, but the point is that they could even do that because he was popular. And I don't think I have a problem with the fact that it was popular. I just don't like the fact that we're rigging. People rigged. And the funny thing about Nigerian politics is that people always accuse you of what they are doing. It's quite interesting. Anyway, that was what Wike said. I just thought I should say some things about it. People should understand the fact that even if you have, it's not good to rig for, obvious reasons. We can't be talking about people should rig. You can't be rigging. Be a responsible citizen. But when we have conversations about politics, let's not just reduce everything to this single reason, rigging. When we keep saying that, then we what's the word now? We demoralize people. They don't want to go out to vote because they don't think their votes will count. But I think the votes are going to count. And I like how Osun State went. I like how everything went down. But yeah, let's go back to Fayose now. All right. And thank you so much for the gift, everyone. Thank you. So let's go back to Fayose.
To say to you, there's nothing
Your friend.
to say to you. If federal government wants to take an election, they will take it. If the federal government, the ones I know of the past, if they want to take an election, there's nothing you can do.
I think that was why your friend, Wike says, Accord Party won because President Bola Tinubu allowed the poll to be free and fair.
And that is very true.
If President Tinubu wanted to win Osun, Wike would have been on the ground. That's some bragging that cannot be substantiated. The government is very popular.
Excuse me, I just did an analysis for you. I just took 46,000 votes from Ede. You have 20,000 left. Let me give you an instance. It was taken from me in 2018 by all means possible. Those futures did not play out in Ede. 3 days before my election, the government house was jammed. It jammed. You can't talk to anyone on the phone. All my security details from whatever name you call it, I was left with an orderly. All of them were taken to police headquarters in Ado-Ekiti and were left on the field for the 3 days. That is when you are talking a federal mind. Beyond that, 3 days to the election, I wanted to do a march with over 60,000 followers. I was stopped by the security personnel, and I told them I am the governor of this state. An inspector, or was it an inspector, told me, Governor, my foot. They prevented me from coming out of the government house. And I said I was going to come out at all costs. And to that day, they hit me with the butt of the gun and I went down. My deputy at the time had the same experience. That was why I had the collar on my neck at the time. I wish I had that image for Nigerians to see. I'd had four surgeries, 4 procedures because of that incident alone. For you to know that if a federal government, under Buhari, they can take anything. You see, Governor Makinde took his deputy from Daura. I have to veer to this. He took former DSS boss, Daura. His name is Daura. He coordinated that election and they rigged it.
But the opposition leaders, Governor, are insisting that federal might was deployed, but it did not work. I'm sure you must have heard from
excuse me, if the federal government, excuse me, please. We are saying something that is practical. Barbara is an old model politician. I am talking from an experience.
What about you, Dele Momodu?
Excuse me. No, I don't want.
Dele Momodu.
Excuse me. No, I don't want, which is good. Dele Momodu is a gentleman, he's a friend, he's a brother. I don't want to join issues.
So can Osun be replicated across Nigeria?
I don't want to join issues with anybody. I just want to tell you, if the federal government, if not for Tinubu, who has been very magnanimous in his actions, you know the way to talk to him on social media. Have you seen him gone after anybody to arrest him? Let me tell you, we have to thank God for this kind of president. He is showing us that it is possible to have an election of our dream in this country. Tinubu today has appointed the INEC chairman. Tinubu today has appointed the Inspector General of Police. Tinubu today has appointed the Army Chief. Don't tell me that that combination will not take an election if they want to take it. It is the body language of the president they look at. And his body language is telling everyone that let this democracy survive. All right.
Beautiful. And I want to clap for Fayose on that. I may not agree with him on everything, but on that, I do agree with him. And someone on YouTube said, in Abuja elections, Wike ensured that the local Gbagi people were fielded by his party, or his party fielded only Igbos. That's true. We talked about it at the time, right? People were saying things like, it doesn't really matter, we're all Nigerians. Is this daftness that people now assume that when they lose is because people hate them or because it was rigged? How do you go to different people's areas across the country and you look through the demographics of people in that particular party representing the party seeking the posts in those elective positions across Nigeria, and you are seeing Igbo in other people's land, they're shouting, we have constitutional right. When you lose, you now be crying. Do you not have common sense? Yes, it is one Nigeria. Listen, that one Nigeria, start it in your homeland. Let's have Fulani become governor of Imo State. If you can't have that, then stop being... Anyway, I like what he said at the end. I believe that what the president is doing is going to, give people confidence in the electoral system in Nigeria, which is, for me, the most important thing, from Osun State. Of course, you already know that the governor of Osun State has stated that he would be supporting the president in the presidential election. All right. I'm going to play you a couple of clips from him, and then I'll play you reactions from people who don't seem to like the path that the governor of Washington State wants to take. All right. So here is Governor Ademola Nuruddin Jackson Adeleke. Take a listen, please.
And growth under my renewed 5-point agenda. At this point, I must deeply appreciate Mr. President, His Excellency, Senator Tinubu, for his strong support.
Sorry, there's something I was supposed to play before this one. I just saw it. This is someone from Adeleke's camp in Accord Party in Osun State talking about how the election went down. Take a listen. That's how politics is played. I mean, we're all learning in real time. We're all learning in real time. You see a situation where Accord Party members in Osun State are declaring their support for President Tinubu because of how the election went down. You'd have expected them to, say, "Oh, after all, it's not our party. We have our own. It's not in our party. We have our own party. We probably have our own candidate, whatever." Or want to work with the opposition against him, because of course you also heard what Bolaji Abdullahi of ADC said, yesterday when I played it here, where he said that they worked against their own candidate not to have, the governor of Osun State win. And that's what opposition parties would claim to have done in order to, garner support, get people together to be able to maybe fight the incumbent. It's just quite sad that Nigeria's opposition parties, they're just joking, because if you want to deal with someone like Tinubu, you should have started that work immediately after the last election. They're just looking for a way to win an election. If you're trying to unseat the incumbent, you're going to have to do more work than just stand somewhere and be talking on social media, just you are insulting him and waiting for quarter to election. Anyway, that's one of the people representing the Accord Party in Osun State and what he said about the president's involvement. Now let's listen to the Governor Demola Adeleke.
And growth. I must deeply appreciate Mr. President, His Excellency, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his strong support for a free and fair election. Mr. President is a son of Osun State, and I hereby reaffirm my earlier endorsement of him for a second term in the 2027 presidential election.
Here's a clip you
We have to Osun State first. Yeah, Osun State first. There is a particular strong message in your speech earlier today when you talked about your support for simply personal and political. Was there an understanding connected in any way to these governorship contests? Was there any kind of agreement reached? Because Festus Keyamo was saying agreement is agreement. Did you reach any agreement? No, I never reached agreement with Mr. President. No. So your support is just my support is just based on it's a Yoruba man and it's from the Southwest, and I believe that all the federal rules that he has started, I want to encourage him, not to forget, Southwest too, because all our federal rules leads to other regions, So, and I feel like, well, since Yoruba man has won the first time, maybe we should give him another chance to to develop his reform. So you will go all out for President Tinubu in 2027? Big time, I will. Will you be able to work with the Oyebamijis, the Oyetolas, because they are in the APC? Well, as long as it's I'm doing it for Mr. President. So I won't mind. I will work with them. And of course, whatever the Mr. President, when it's time for him to campaign and all that, or whatever, how he wants me to come in, and I will do it. See, a lot of people, I don't play games. When I say, they don't call me talk and do for nothing. A lot of people feel like it's because of politics. Maybe I want him to support me. No, it is my work that people look on for them to support me. So you left.
Someone said, that response is not smart enough. Okay. I talked about what I think, what my position is on that stuff. Now, I've said it several times. Maybe I'll just say one more time before I tell you what the obedience. Someone's saying the obedience are. People call them obedience now. I call them obedience because I thought that was their name. I don't know they have changed. They are rebranded, Abby. Anyway, if you ask me personally, why are you supporting Tinubu? I would tell you, about his vision, about his plans. I'll tell you about the things he's doing, the things he will do, and I probably will mention some of those things. We're talking about Tinubu's scorecard. You can talk about the structural, changes we're seeing in Nigeria, local government autonomy. You're talking about development commissions across the 6 regions. You're talking about infrastructure, roads all over the place. Lagos, Calabar, Coastal Way, Lagos, Badagry, Sokoto. You're talking about all kinds of roads that the Minister of Works is constructing under Tinubu, of course, across the length and breadth of Nigeria. You're talking about the state policing that I've been waiting for since 1966. Could have gotten that. We did not have anything like that since 1966. It's taken us 60 years to have a president who will be bold enough to spearhead that particular, policy or initiative, right? There's so many things I can, say and other things I probably bring up because I know that next term, President Tinubu, structure my bad, my good, my bad, which I tell you, it's going to be really good. It's going to go deeper, right? But that's me. That's me. There are others who will tell you the reason they're voting for him is because he's Yoruba, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know why? It's democracy. It's one of the demerits of democracy. And at some point, we have to actually understand the system we are running. It is not a perfect system. This idealism that we project onto democracy does not exist anywhere in the world. Not in the United States, not in Great Britain, not in the UK, not anywhere. If you want to practice democracy, one of the demerits is that people will vote for somebody because he's popular. The basis of his popularity may not be something you like. Like I said yesterday, it could be because of the logo on his cap. It's democracy. That's why Papa used to say that the best way to ensure that democracy works is to have an educated populace. If people are educated, they're able to do better. But seeing as it is, even those who went to school, God save, people just vote. Even in America, see the last election now. Look at the reasons for. I said this last week. If you follow the Obama's election, a lot of blacks said it were voting for him because he's black. Now you can speak English and say, "Oh, there's a way." It's emotional. It's not as we're not. Listen, human beings we're not as rational or logical as we assume that we are. We're not so logical. And here's the problem. Those who, for some reason, decide to speak against what I just said right now are the most emotional people. We can be rational. We can be logical, but we are mostly emotional. And that's a fact. you may say that's not you. That's okay. I'm just saying generally as a species, that's how we are. ROK says, I voted for Obama just for that reason. See what I mean? See what I mean? People can vote for you because you wear blue. That's one of the demerits of democracy. People, they don't even care about your manifesto. Okay, tell me, what was Obi's manifesto? Consumption to production. Consumption to production. Is that the manifesto? They don't know. They just voted because some people voted for P2B because they hated Tinubu. Many young Yoruba people voted P2B because of NSAS. Not because they liked P2B or they knew what it was about. Now imagine you have a critical mass of people who are ignorant of reality, just following a person because they hate another person. That's how you have consumption to production in presidency right now. Tell you China went to China and then you go to Bangladesh and Hong Kong. That would be your president. That's one of the disadvantages of democracy. And there's no system that doesn't have merits and demerits. And I think the merits far outweigh the demerits of democracy. So I stick to it. It's good. But the point is that if you have a critical mass of idiots, you're going to have a terrible person in power. That's one of the problems with democracy. So I want to thank God and Awalale that we didn't have a critical mass that would have brought Obi into government last election. And I hope we never do. China went to China. People say things that they're supporting him. I'm like, based on what? You asking about green energy. The guy was talking. Meanwhile, you know what? Let me stay on this thing for a bit. I was going to play to you. I was going to play you what Obedience are saying about Governor Adeleke, you know. But let me play you some people who have decided to vote for different candidates based on their ethnicities. I can't say I like it, but I like the fact that it's not one-sided anymore. Before now, it's only Igbos who could say that. And the crazy part is that they will say that while accusing you of bigotry and tribalism. So now it's Oha for Oha and Fire for Fire. Take a listen to this one. This is Tony Woye, Senator. This is a Senator 2023. Take a listen to this.
Because we voted for our brother, which we don't have regret about it. Our brother contested. The Yorubas voted their brother. Our brother that contested is qualified, whether I like it or not. I may not be his fan. I may not be his fan. I was close to Asewaju before now. But you're a Labour Party member. Yes, I said I was close to Asewaju now. Yes, and you had to pick up on me. Yes, but you are in before I joined the Labour Party. Okay. What did I join the Labour Party? Yeah. I joined the Labour Party.
That was 2023. The person who spoke, that's a senator. We vote for our brother. We vote for our brother. The Yorubas voted for their brother. If the Yorubas voted for their brother, how come P2B won in Lagos State and Atiku won in Osun State? Tinubu got 58.4% of the votes in the country. In the Southwest. 58.4%. Obi got 89.6%. If you round up 58.4%, you get 58.5%. If you round up 89.6%, you get 90%. But they are not tribalists, though. They are not bigot, though. You are the Ugot. Rubbish. Anyway, I'll get to ginseng. Let me play you something from people who have G'd. They have G'd, they are not suing again. Take a listen to this.
2027 election is coming. Good luck, Jonathan. Atiku Abubakar, Sowore, Peter Obi or Tinubu. Who are you voting for?
Tinubu, Jagaban.
Jagaban, why Tinubu?
Oh, shit.
He's our father.
Father?
Yes.
And I born you?
Yes, our father.
So, is there any reason why you are voting for him?
I just like him because of Yoruba like me.
Because he be Yoruba like you?
Yes.
Olofa.
Olofa. Oh, yeah,
Olofa. Send voters card.
Aṣíwájú Jagaban.
Make una go get voters card.
Tinubu number one. Tinubu already win.
Bullshit, Baba. Aṣíwájú number one.
Aṣíwájú number one.
Number one, Jagaban.
2027 election is coming. Good luck, Jonathan. Tinubu. Why Tinubu though?
gbogbo nǹkan láyé yìí ọ̀nà ló máa ń kọ́yàn máa ṣe gbogbo tó ti ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ náà nǹkan kan náà ní gbogbo wọn ṣùgbọ́n àlejò yẹn tí wàá lẹ̀ ká lọ fún tìfẹ́ lómi tí ò ń jẹ́
ẹ lè fi hàn tí yín lẹ̀ torí pé Tinubu jẹ́ Yorùbá náà ẹ máa bó ti ọ̀fà.
ọmọ ẹni ò ní ṣèdí bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ káfílẹ̀kẹ́ sí jẹ́ ọmọ ẹlòmíì tí ó bá yé yín ó yé yín tí ó bá yé yín yóò yé yín ó lè pẹ́ díẹ̀ o ṣùgbọ́n at some point yóò yé gbogbo wa. There's a video of a gentleman, is an actor, who was supporting Peter Obi in the last election. You know him for certain roles. When you hear his voice, you know who's talking. He said some interesting things in a broadcast he made before the 2023 election. I'd like you to listen to him and understand how people play their games and why they can never win. Take a listen to this.
Friends and well-wishers, I greet you and congratulate you for seeing 2023. Happy New Year. I'm making this post as a member of the Presidential Campaign Council of the Labour Party, but targeted at Igbos all through the nation Nigeria. We have to preach to the Igbos who reside outside the southeast to stay put wherever they reside. All these rumors of wars, attacks, are geared towards putting fear into the Igbos to live where they are. And that is not going to work. They want them to flee to the east and return after the elections. It's not going to work. This video is to speak boldness into our Southeast brothers and sisters, to make them understand that he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. There's no need. Do not try to make any attempt to stay out of where you reside, because that's a design to reduce our numbers. We don't have to die many times before our death. Only a few does. Death will come when it will come, yes, but nobody's going to die. It is very critical, this election. I will stay put wherever we are. That's the only way 25% of votes in the 36 states of the Federation can be guaranteed for our brother Peter Obi. He rose from a man of the Southeast extraction to a national movement and consciousness. That we must accept. Now let me bring some basic facts to you. From the facts released by INEC, voter registration, at the time of the report I got, the Southeast has 10.5 million something votes. South-South, 14.226 votes. Southwest, 17 point something. So total for the South is 42 point something million votes. Voters registered, actually. North Central, 14.3 something million. Northeast, 12 point something million. Northwest, 21 point something million. Total for the North, 47 point something million. So grand total voter registration as released by INEC be about 89 point something million. Well, in the last update of the report which I got, the Southeast Igbo with PVC's residents, the Southeast Igbo with PVC residents is 10.5 million. The Southeast Igbo with PVC's residents in the 19 northern states plus Abuja, 12.8 something million votes. That's 27%. The Southeast Igbo with PVC's resident in South-South, 6 point something million votes, 43%. The Southeast Igbo with PVC's resident in the Southwest, 6.5 million, that's 36%. Total Igbo population nationwide with PVCs is 36 point something million votes. Now, this shows you, the Igbo man, that there's no cause for alarm. Just do your own. Get your PVC. We are our own problems.
Igbos have 36 point something million votes. And if they stay in all the regions, they will ensure that they're able to get 25% of the votes. And then he said they're going to work with people in those local places. After insulting them, apparently, they will now make them work with them so they can make Peter be their, winner. And this was directed at Igbo people. I mean, the thing is long. Let me see. Let's just listen to the rest of it. So you have an idea how they played that politics that last time. Then I'll play maybe one more before we now go to the other stuff. Take a listen.
When we keep on saying our votes will not count, let us harness this and put them into effective use for our own benefit. We are not campaigning for our Igbo brother. He's been accepted by Nigeria. If he's accepted by Nigeria, we must not be the enemy. Forget about those who never spoke from the altar of God that he's not going to win. Are they God? They are not. That's a talk for another day. We can't allow people to put fear into us so that our children will suffer. Perception could be reality, but it's not going to affect us. So their birth figure in relation to the Igbos must be kept. One can see that from what I just read, the Southeast with PVCs nationwide are the highest in voter strength and spread.
That's the word. That's what I was waiting for. The Southeast with PVCs nationwide are the highest. See, this delusion that people from the Southeast have when it comes to Nigeria or conversations about this country is ridiculous. You are the highest. What have you done with it apart from the 90% you gave it up in your region? You just sit there in one place, just design something. Say you have 30 million, you are the highest, you are all over the place. So you're going to get 25%. While they were doing this, insult upon insult for Yoruba people, for Hausa, for Fulani, just insult everybody. But you know what? You are the highest everywhere. Go and win now.
So there's no cause for alarm. Just cast your own vote. If we are well coordinated with our brothers in Kogi, Benue, Rivers, Anioma, Akwa Ibom, and so on, Cross River, we're not counting on Igbo votes. We need others to win the elections. All Nigerians are already behind Mr. Peter Obi. Let's not think that our votes cannot count and therefore deny our brother Peter Obi what he's supposed to get. So,
I mean, Oshe could, yeah. But the point is, Sha, that the idea is to let's use every person to get P2B something in presidency. While he was doing this, directing his conversation, his broadcast to Igbo people, the same Igbo people spread across the country. They were using social media to insult the hell out of the rest of us because
this message is to tell you, remain.
Everybody will now want to. I don't know how people think. So if you insult people, you bully them, which you're not even capable of doing, but let's say you assume that you can, and then you do all of that, then people now be like, may not be like, say I be bad person, no. May I acquiesce? May I do it in they won't make I do? And then when I go around, sorry, I'm not the point I'm trying to make with all this torrenting of this video is this. Since everybody did it in the last election, anybody can do it. If you ask me, I'm sure they've been doing it since. In fact, Nigerians have been, of all races, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's just that I did all this because somebody said in the comment section that Governor Adeleke shouldn't have said he will vote for him because he's Yoruba. That's why he wants to vote for him. It may not be the reason I want to vote for him, but it's democracy and he has that freedom. However, there's another group like the gentleman who wrote in the comment section who are very angry. He's not angry. He's just criticizing, which is okay. But these ones are not just criticizing him. They are very angry with Governor Adeleke. I know them as obedient. I only came here today to see in the comment section that some people are now calling them obediots. I hope they're not idiots. But Ojo gate, first like do it on sharing if a job. Let's listen to them.
People, you use the people to play politics that openly and disrespectfully.
Governor Adeleke. It looks like Davido's song have just done Nigerians. It's a plan.
If not, I don't see reason why
you they make endorsement for Mr. President 2027. It only shows selfish interest.
Adeleke and Davido rode on Nigeria's emotions and positioned themselves as the voice of
Adeleke rode on Nigeria's emotion. You get that you're in Anambra. The election was in Osun State. Oh my show. I'm not sure. I don't think I'll be able to watch this without laughing half the time. Oh boy. Let's start again. But let's listen.
You use the people to play politics that openly and disrespectfully.
Governor Adeleke.
It looks like Davido's uncle have just done Nigerians. It's a prank.
If not, I don't see reason why you they make endorsement for Mr. President 2027. It only shows selfish interest.
Adeleke and Davido rode on Nigeria's emotions and positioned themselves as the voice of the people, only to turn around and endorse Tinubu.
What was all that? Was that politics? What was all that?
Mr. President is a son of Osun State, and I hereby reaffirm my earlier endorsement of him for a second term in the 2027 presidential election.
Governor Adeleke, now God now will punish you.
Sir, you never even reached 24 hours. You don't reaffirm your endorsement for Mr. President 2027.
Now you talk this one.
So after you survive that storm, that paper where they be one pour for your eye, you are thanking Tinubu for election where the people stand gidigba.
This is the same president that froze their account few days to their election. The same president that has refused to give them their budget for how many months now?
Oh no!
It is quite insensitive that you are taking the accolade that is due for Osun people you don't carry out. Now Tinubu vote for you.
Can you imagine?
We all know the Osun State election was not free and was not completely fair.
For interview, they ask you, did you ever think this will not go your way? You say, I have an answer for that. I have a God. If you have a God, why was your nephew then ranting on social media? Calling out Akpabio. Calling, say, we are not supporting endorsing any president anymore. What was all that bullshit?
I wonder.
Where to not take the people for?
The only reason why you won was because of the people, and people stood by you. If it was up to Tinubu, you will not be on that seat for the second term.
I'm disappointed.
This your statement just show that your own, most of them are our own selfish interests when they're after. After everything the people did, you can make your statement without adding that endorsement part. Make 2027 which I trust Nigerians. I will wait to see maybe you go pull rope to draw the people of Osun to go vote for Tinubu.
You know Nigerians don't like APC. You come, when they talk, say, Tinubu will come back.
Give honor to whom honor is due. Even the Bible said, give what belongs to Caesar to Caesar. Yes. Caesar is the people. What was all that for?
The next thing I'm saying, we go see, say, you don't come out from Accord Party, go APC. Now, waiting will be the next listen with that. Now, God, I will punish you.
That endorsing and thanking a president will set your nation on fire for a free and fair election. Hope day.
I'm disappointed. Maybe don't talk to this your uncle. He blessing head on the knock. Nonsense.
Oh Lord, to marry selection. I've not seen people like this in my life. Where number one, you don't know. These guys don't know anything about Nigerian politics before 2023. Nothing. Clearly, from what. From what they talk, you don't know, say they don't know Jack. Don't know anything about Nigerian politics. As you can't get interested, you will just sit down small, say, how do they do this thing? No, see how they play a move before you can't put your energy and your life inside thing when it concern you. You can't put energy inside and be that. You can't talk, say, why is he supporting him? Nobody will stand for you. Where were you? You were not even in Osun State. We campaigned for him. You campaigned for him for two reasons. Number one, just like the other one. Many of you, I don't even know if it's number one or number two. One of the reasons you supported him is because you hated Tinubu, you hate his party, you hate anything that has to do with him. Fair enough. Number two, a lot of you are Igbos. So when you heard, and I say that because people even sent me messages. Oh, Igbos sent me messages. he has won. The mother is Nena, the mother is Igbo. And David also made that ridiculous mistake. And I said earlier, I'm going to repeat it. What that thing he played, that game he played was rubbish. Say, Yoruba is not the only one in Osun State. Igbos here say, Kinikan, and that's it. They'll use you, they'll win. Now, why is now supporting the president? Is that politics? Of course, it's politics. What do you guys think it was? Last election, you insulted people, you downplay Kini, there are people who are wise, Nigerians. And again, when them journalists on TV use the word Nigerians are suffering, Nigerians are king, the Nigerians are talking about these people, though. Because they're the ones who are always complaining about everything. I mean, there are opportunities everywhere. May God open our eyes to see opportunities in Jesus' name. Having prayed that prayer, the point is that some people will never see any good thing in this country, even if it's staring them in the face. They're here saying, oh, next election, they're going to get the people. Which people? When you watch the Osun State people talking earlier, did they sound like they were hungry? People are hungry, people are hungry. People are hungry. You spent over 1 trillion naira on beer, malt and spirits in 1 quarter. I mean, I read the report here last week. 1 quarter of this year, 1 quarter. Oshumeta, Aboshuberi. Abi. We have 4 quarters in a year now. Oshumeta now. Over 1 trillion naira on malt, beer and spirits. But we're crying all over the place that people are suffering because you think that you have a talking point that makes sense. Consumption to production is not working again. People are suffering. People are hungry. If you're hungry, eat. God will provide. And all of us, God will provide for all of us. The point, Sha, is that people are crying that the governor of Osun State.
You use the people to play politics that openly and
Which people did they use to play politics? His people. The people in the state who are literally supporting what he's doing by supporting the president. And you know the funny thing, none of these people, all these obedience or whatever you call them in the comment section, none of them has anything remotely to do with Osun State. It's just the assumption that your job will become Meanwhile, this man is not the only person supporting Tinubu. I want to play you a video very quickly before we move on to other things. Take a listen to this.
I want to also plead with you to take our felicitations to His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I want you to please thank him. Thank him for his courage. Thank him for his sacrifices. Some people may not understand. It takes a man with courage to do what he did in 2023. He removed petroleum subsidy and followed suit with the flooding of the Naira. What has that done? That has freed up a lot of funds that would have been used in financing consumption, including other persons in the federal government, in the states, and in the local governments. And today, a lot of states are not doing salaries. A lot of states are able to build infrastructure. A lot of states are able to empower people to produce rather than consume. Now, make no mistakes about it. Every courageous decision, every courageous action has its own consequences. So, if you remove subsidy and if the Naira, it will take its toll, and over time, the economy will begin to correct. So what you see that people interpret as hardship today are the followers of previous bad behavior.
That was the governor of Abia State, Governor Alex Oti. That's what they call him. Alex Oti. Talking about essentially paying glowing tributes to the president. You know, when the video came out, I saw the comment section because I like to read what people think about things sometimes. Well, I don't really care what you think about me though, but details. Anyway, I read the comment section. I saw people saying, "Oh, he's doing the right thing because he has to align with the ruling party. He's doing the right thing because he needs to work with Tinubu in order to clinic up for his state, making excuses for him." Now that you hear somebody in Osun State, another governor in Osun State saying, of course, this one did not really declare support, but the point is he actually paid glowing tribute to him, which you guys hate anyway. But you didn't have any problem with the fact that Otis said that, maybe because, of course, it's an extension of your Messiah or the best specimen of what LP can do. God bless his soul, his heart. He's doing well, according to what you guys say. Anyway, the point is, he acknowledged the president. You guys could explain it. Another person is saying he's going to support the president. You guys are angry. Your anger is forever. Let's just make it very clear. It will never ebb. It's not going to stop anytime soon. We are supporting Tinubu. The funny thing is that somebody was the guy, even me, I'm from Osun State. Just I don't mention states because I'm Yoruba man. We don't do state and capital. We do towns and cities. Okay? But yeah, because of Nigeria, I'm from Osun State. And we are supporting him. Anyway, I have to quickly change the audio source so I can move on to other things. Please hold on for a bit. Okay. So we have switched the audio source. 1 second, please. All right. So we switched the audio source so that we can continue with the rest of today's show. We've not been having history, but I think it's okay the way we're running it. We'll come back to history soon. All right. Wait, though. I'm having feedback. 1 second. Hello. Okay, good. Okay, this is better. Today we've discussed Fayose on Osun State election. We've talked about Osun State. So far, we've been talking about Osun State because, of course, it's like a litmus test. And like I said, I'm glad the way everything played out. I didn't support any particular candidate. I just wanted the best with their votes, who they preferred, and it is what it is. We're going to, and there's breaking news that the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local government councils shared a total of 3.007 trillion naira as federation revenue for 2026. No, for July 2026. As statutory collections rose by 658.09 billion naira, driven by improved receipts from petroleum and non-oil taxes. Good news. So let us find it. 1 second, we are going to clap for this. Before we talk about how they spend the money. Okay, yeah, so 3.007 trillion naira ni wọ́n share ní oṣù kan, oṣù keje, oṣù Agẹmọ. Not to share owó tó tó báyìí. The government are just smiling and enjoying the largesse, and we hope they are doing well by the people, because it wouldn't be very cool if they're not. I mentioned today that we're going to be talking about Tinubu's scorecard, so we're going to get into that. And one of those, of course, is what we just read now. There's increase in revenue because of the improved receipts from petroleum and non-oil tax scorecard. It sets out what our reforms have achieved, what they have cost us, and the greater costs and harms we have prevented by acting when we did. I have therefore directed the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Yedele, to give an account to Nigerians, to explain the numbers, the choices we have made, the progress recorded, and the work that remains. You deserve to see the numbers. You deserve to know what has changed and what these reforms mean for you, your family, your business, and our country. This is your government, this is your country, this is our account to you. So they say you should watch the Reform Scorecards live stream on, that happened earlier today, but there's a video I'm going to share later. But I would like you to listen to the Minister of Finance, who is also the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Yedele, as he explained how 15.8 trillion naira, right, has been saved between June 2023 and December 2025, from subsidy. Just because we removed, or because the president removed subsidy, Nigeria was able to save 15.8 trillion naira between June 2023 and December 2025, and other things that he also has to share. Please take a listen to Mr. Taiwo Yedele.
Right. Let me tell you about the numbers. And these materials will be up on the Finance Ministry website as soon as we're done here. So you'll be able to download, do your analysis. So let me tell you about the numbers. And December 2025. Subsidy savings mobilized the sum of in resources for the Federation. Many people will say, where is the subsidy saving? As a matter of fact, there wasn't any alert to the Federation account with the description subsidy savings. So the subsidy savings showed up in form of higher collection by customs, because for every 1 naira or $1 of import duty before, at 460 naira, it became $1 at 1,004, 1,003, 1,005. Petroleum profit tax that they collected before, same dollar, higher amount in naira. So the savings showed up in the Federation account by way of higher revenue collection, not just the subsidy removal, but also the exchange rate flotation, because we were subsidizing the exchange rate. And that subsidy was not going to the ordinary person or manufacturers. It was going to rent seekers. Out of these 15.8 trillion naira savings from June 2023 to December 2025, according to the Federation account, the share of the federal government was 5.4 trillion naira. 10.3 trillion was shared to states and local governments. Okay. In addition, the federal government earned incremental independent revenue in the sum of 3.1 trillion naira, remittances from government-owned entities. Okay, in addition to the amount from FAC, the federal government is able to also earn surpluses from government agencies. So those amounts went up.
All right, I'm going to play you a bit more from him. I hope you can hear me. It's raining now, so I hope the sound is not affected. It's not affected. Anyway, like I said yesterday, we're working on we've actually started. I went out yesterday, trying to get a space where we can set up a proper studio so that no matter what happens, we will not be affected, especially with the sound. But I hope you can hear me. So please, let's make do with what we have for now. So just a bit of a snapshot from what you heard. Subsidy savings, 15.8 trillion naira was shared by tiers of government. The federal government got 5.4 trillion, and that's 34%. The states got 6.5 trillion naira, that's 41%. The local governments got 3.9 trillion naira, that's 24%. The crazy part is we just keep talking about federal government. What have you done for us, Tinubu? What has Tinubu done? Even if you didn't elect him, you see your president. Go figure. Deal with it. Anyway, regardless of who you voted for, he is our president, so you have a right to demand all that from him. However, while we're focused on 34%, 66% that has been shared by both the states and the local governments. But we don't care about things like that in Nigeria because those are details that who cares about, like let's just focus on Abuja and Aso Rock. We have to do better. Okay? 34% got to the federal government, 5.4 trillion naira of the 15.8 trillion. So that means that 10.4 trillion naira went to others. The state got 41%, local government got 24%. So I think there's still 1% missing. I don't know where they put that 1%. It should be 66 shared between both of them. 24 plus 41 is 65. But here's the point. Even at 65%, it's a lot more than 34%. Okay, that's almost double. So why do we not spend enough time asking our governors, asking local government chairmen, what are you doing with the money being allocated to you? What are you doing with the monthly FAC allocations? What exactly is going on with the money? We don't really bother ourselves with that. This is why we say that democracy will not work if people are not educated. People think that we are still under the military government. In Nigeria, I hear say people they support democracy. They ask, say, how come the president no they call the governor, tell them what they go do? And these are the people supporting P2B for the most part. I don't know how he was able to gather such people to be again. I mean, but you see the point. Expecting the president to call the governors and tell them what to do, call the local government. He's not a military officer. This is not Abacha. He didn't appoint them. They're not his appointees. They are elected officials just like him. And the same way you can drag him and expect your National Assembly, your House of Representative members and senators to ask him questions or whatever you are expecting at the center, you can also do the same thing at the state level. They're going to just collecting money and sharing it. You don't say anything. Okay, well done. All of us will be all right. But let's listen a bit more to the Minister of Finance. Meanwhile, I'm going to share some documents with you later. But let's take something from the Minister of Finance, where he talks about the ways and means as they were being administered under Buhari, particularly with the things that Emefiele did back then. But let's take a listen.
The legacy ways and means stock, which stood at 30 trillion as at that time.
Sorry, before we play, somebody says education is one thing, but to have the right knowledge to ask critical questions is another. Actually, to have the right knowledge to ask critical questions is education. Education is not a degree. I'm going to play. I'm going to play Mr. Tawe Edele. I just want to answer that stuff. Education is not that you have a degree. Nigeria is filled with degree holders who don't have critical understanding is lacking. So when I say we need an educated populace, I'm not saying we need degree holders. I'm not saying we need people with certificates. I'm saying that thing you described as opposite of education, which is actually education, is what we all should get. I'm not saying we should all go back to school. I'm saying we should be able to ask critical questions. We should have critical thinking, regardless of... Because you see, guys, I've seen a professor talk about Nigerian politics on TV. I feel like puking. It's not about having degrees. You can stack up degrees like thermometer and be the most ignorant person. And we have a lot of such people in Nigeria. So when I say we need an educated populace, I mean that we need to actually know what's up, how things are being done, so that we're able to engage the government, right? You can ask the right questions, like you alluded to, my brother Yomi. You can ask the right questions and do all those things because we're educated, even because not all of us have degrees, but all of us can be educated. Anyway, let's go back to Mr. Tawe. Please take a listen to the conversation about ways and means.
The legacy ways and means stock, which stood at 30 trillion as at that time, had been curtailed rather than left to double. If it had been left, it would have more than doubled today, as our estimate suggests. But we're being honest about the cost. We're not saying all of it is rosy. A scorecard that only leaves wins. It's not a scorecard, it's a campaign leaflet. And we did not come here to give you one. The monetary policy rate has risen from 18.5% to 26.5%. We record that plainly as a cause of stabilization. That's how we recorded it, not a hidden win. Petrol at the pump has risen from roughly 185 naira a litre to between 1,100 and 1,400. That is a major felt cost. And I will not stand here and tell you otherwise. What I will say is what the counterfactual shows. On the pre-reform parts, petrol will likely be simultaneously unavailable. It will still be 185 naira per litre. It will not be available at the official price. And it's likely to be trading in the black market for at least 3,000 naira per litre. That would be extra cost paid in scarcity as well as money,
time,
without nothing gained in return. And on food and household welfare, our assessment is candid. This remains work in progress. Food inflation has eased from 24.82% to 17.52% as of June 2026, just 2 days ago. The new numbers came out for July, and it has also eased further. But poverty and household welfare recovery is still classified in our own scorecard as unfinished business, not a victory lap. So where we stand today, the results are now visible in the data, not just in our arguments. Headline inflation has eased to 15.91% as of June this year, down from 22.41% as our May 2023 baseline. Gross foreign reserve stand at 52.5 billion, up from around 35 billion gross, while net reserves, more meaningful reserve or measure of our actual buffer. The stock market has grown from about 31 trillion naira to roughly 150 trillion naira in hundreds of thousands of millionaires in the process. Real GDP growth has strengthened to 3.89% against a baseline of 2.31% and a no reform estimate that had us at best stagnant and at worst in recession by now.
All right. There is a PDF of this presentation and also the fiscal analysis, the underlying fiscal analysis. There's a document of that as well. And I'd like to let me know in the comment section if you'd like to have those. If you do, please just say yes. But while you're doing that, Adeowo on YouTube, thank you so much for your gift. I really do appreciate it. And it's a blessing to know that people can actually, appreciate what one does here. So thank you so much for that gift on YouTube. All right, so we have a lot of yeses in the comment section. I will send those. But let's just listen to a few more clips from this scorecard. And then while it's playing, I'll tell you, I'll put it, by the way, right now, I've put 2 links on the Telegram channel. If you're not a member of, if you've not joined the channel, please do. It's Redomi Global on Telegram, REDOMI Global. Please join. You see the link to that last link. I'll tell you when we want to. We'll do it together, okay? But let's play this one. I'll send you the documents while this is playing. This is the breakdown of how of the borrowing between 2023 June and December 2025. How much the federal government borrowed, and the expenses, the resources, and things like that. Take a listen to this.
While 11.9 trillion came from incremental borrowing. So people will say, you said you have exceeded your revenue. Why are you still borrowing? And we'll come to that. So the additional borrowing that the federal government took for that period of time, June 23 to December 25, amounted to 11.9 trillion naira. A figure that would have been far higher and economically destabilizing without the fiscal space the reforms created. Okay, right. So, altogether, the federal government's incremental resources over the period, remember, subsidy savings, independent revenue, and incremental borrowing, came to 20.4 trillion naira. That money did not sit idle. It partly funded incremental expenses. Okay? For that same period, the incremental expenses of the federal government alone, not the federation, was 30.64 trillion naira. Of these, 9.39 trillion went to wage adjustments, minimum wage increases, and allowances for public servants. And I think this is a point that it should be of interest to everyone. The incremental amount that the federal government spends paying higher wages is more than the entire savings that the federal government earned from subsidy removal. Then we have 9.37 trillion that went to external debt service, made necessary by exchange rate depreciation. So if we're paying $1 million before in interest on our foreign debt, it is still the same $1 million, but instead of 460 naira, it's now 1415. That's more naira that we need to incur. And I've said this before, when you have debt service to pay, you don't negotiate, you don't delay, you pay. Because delay or default have consequences. And there's 6.5 trillion that went into strategic infrastructure, making the top 3 expenditure lines. Every naira of this is accounted for, and the breakdown is in this scorecard we are releasing today. So you find the breakdown.
All right.
Called Bola A. Tinubu.
We're going to discuss the breakdown in a bit. Just one more clip, and then we'll read. Okay? Then I'll tell you where to get the documents that I mentioned earlier. All right. Here is what Nigeria was like in 2023. Take a listen.
Right. Let me tell you about the numbers. And these materials will be up on the Finance Ministry website as soon as we're done here. So you'll be able to download, do your analysis. So let me tell you about the numbers. Between June 2023 and December 2025, subsidy savings mobilized the sum of 15.8 trillion naira in resources for the Federation. Many people will say, where is the subsidy saving? As a matter of fact, there wasn't any alert to the Federation account with the description subsidy savings.
We had this part earlier, but there's another thing to
So the
mention.
subsidy saving showed up in form of higher collection by customs, because for every 1 naira or $1 of import duty before, at 460 naira, it became $1 at 1,004, 1,003, 1,005. Petroleum profit tax that they collected before, same dollar, higher amount in naira. So the savings showed up in the Federation account by way of higher revenue collections as a result of the reforms. Not just the subsidy removal, but also the exchange rate flotation, because we were subsidizing the exchange rate. And that subsidy was not going to the ordinary person or manufacturers. It was going to rent seekers. Out of these 15.8 trillion naira savings from June 2023 to December 2025, according to the Federation account, the share of the federal government was 5.4 trillion naira. 10.4 trillion was shared to states and local governments. Okay. In addition, the federal government earned incremental independent revenue in the sum of 3.1 trillion naira, remittances from government-owned entities. Okay,
All right.
in addition to the amount.
It's a bit long. So it says without the reforms, over 30 states could not pay salaries. But today, all the states are paying their salaries. And that you may have to spend about 3,000 naira to buy a liter of petrol. Although you say have it at 185 naira official price, but it will not be available. So you may have to go to the black market. And then when you get to the black market, you're buying for 3,000 naira. So these are the things that were avoided based on the policies of the federal government. So this is what we're going to do. So I put it up earlier. It's because it was distracting people. So I deleted some. I'll put them back. But there's a particular one that's there right now. If you go to Radio Global, it has FAQs, right? Frequently asked questions. So let's read that together. So here, I'm just going to quickly run through some things. It's better to do this than to, just speak extemporaneously, because at this point we're all reading together. Okay, so if you click on that Mumbo, if you click on that link, it'll take you to the frequently asked questions. All right, so let's quickly spend some time on this, then we'll read the reports. Maybe we'll have I think we should have a deep dive maybe tomorrow, but I'm going to put the documents there today. But let's read the Q&As. Why was it necessary to remove? So these are the most important reform questions answered simply. That's what's on the website. The link to what I'm reading right now is on the Telegram channel, so you can click on it and then we can read together. Why was it necessary to remove the fuel subsidy, and why was the gradual better cushion sequencing not chosen? I mean, we talk about that a lot. It should have made things a lot easier. Why they just, jack it up like that? Just removed it, just snatch it away. Well, by early 2023, the fiscal position had run out of room. A full year of petroleum subsidy in 2023 was projected to cost about 6.7 trillion naira, about 70% of the federal government's actual revenue. In other words, if federal government make 100 naira, about 70, that's 67 naira of that money will go towards subsidy payment. The 2023 budget had provided for only 6 months of subsidy, an explicit indication that removal was already the planned trajectory. Various assessments found the benefit of fuel subsidy accrued overwhelmingly to wealthier households and to cross-border smuggling rather than to the poor, which is why it's quite interesting that Shore says it's going to return fuel subsidy. Wonderful thing. Let's continue. The subsidy was consuming the resources that should have been deployed into building the roads, schools, and clinics. Phased removal is desirable in principle, but it requires a fiscal runway the country no longer had. In other words, if they say make we phase down small, we don't get the money we go allow us phase down like that. You have to just do it straight up, because if you don't even have the money to keep paying that subsidy. You are literally borrowing money to fund subsidy. And if you depend only on your revenue for the year, 67% of that is already going towards subsidy. So forget roads, forget schools, forget bridges, forget healthcare, forget Lagos Calabar, whatever. Forget any project. You use 67% of your money to pay subsidy. Be like I say the person of the think straight. Not be that. So more there is small. So it says phase removal is desirable in principle, but it requires a fiscal debt safety net would have delivered the same household pain at greater cumulative cost at the Treasury. Government therefore paired removal with cushioning measures, a temporary monthly wage award, palliative support to every state, which I don't know if it really trickled down based on what governors do with the money, but we'll go talk about that one later. Conditional cash transfers, student loans through NEL Fund that actually worked, and a CNG transport program, while the fiscal savings now flow transparently through the Federation account rather than through opaque under recovery against Federation crude oil revenue. What all this 20 mean is that I think, you know what, let's have a session on this. Let's have a session on that. Something's happening right now, and I think it's my fault. As soon as I announced that people are going to get it, everybody just went to get it. So it's difficult. I just remember that on TikTok, sometimes you can't be on two apps at the same time. So let's not. I'm going to have a, what's it called now? I'm going to have a session maybe tomorrow where we'll go deep into everything, because the way it is, after the session, I'll put all the links there. You can read those things before the session tomorrow. So that tomorrow I'll just be reading your hearing. But right now, I think people are distracted, because once you step out, it's difficult to step back in. So I'm going to put all of that later. Okay? But suffice it to say that the government has put out a comprehensive report of everything that happened, or how, what's it called, the scorecard of the government since 2023, and we'll share those links much later. All right, so that way we can have people present, because the app doesn't. By the way, just in case you don't know, you can have a PNP on your devices, and I'm sure a lot of people know it already, but I don't think everybody does. I see it happen in some. Happened to me a while back. So PNP means that you can make sure that the TikTok, or whichever app you're using, YouTube if you're premium, but TikTok can be on top. It can be on top while you are reading other things. What I'll do is, once we're done, I'll put all those things there so you can go and check. Then tomorrow we'll just have the conversation. Putting it right now is a disservice. Like it's distracting. But we'll talk about that. Let's go to the next conversation. Anyway, so by the time you read that document, or the documents that I'm going to share, you will understand the sense in what the president did. And then when we come tomorrow, we'll now go through everything together. I don't know how we're going to do that, um, especially if people don't know, if people don't have that PMP thing. But everyone has it now. You can do PMP, where when you minimize your TikTok or your video app, just goes up or down, wherever, but then you still have the screen, the full screen to do other things with, so you can read while we. I think it'll be fun. Anyway, if you can do that, you can share read it between now and tomorrow, and then when we come tomorrow, we'll just get into it. But yeah, the documents are available. I'll share them later. Having said that, let's begin to wrap up, and we're going to have Brymo. Is Shonobankwa here? Shonobankwa has been talking about Kwakwansia movement. Kano youth burnt Kwakwansia cap in Kano. So it's like Peter Obi and Kwakwanso's stuff. I think their campaign is facing a setback with what just happened today. Lots of caps. I don't know if you saw the video, but let me just show it to you before I play Brymo. This happened in Kano. So you see them burning the caps, which of course is the symbol of the Kwakwansia movement. That happened in Kano. So I hope both Peter B and Kwakwanso have a backup plan. All right. I think that I would think we're going to do that tomorrow because of time. But if we have time, we're going to do it today as well. Let's just see how it goes. Let me start with Brymo. So during the last election, Brymo made some statements, and somebody interviewed him recently and was essentially expecting him to apologize for that statement. But he chose to double down. Give me 1 second, please. Mumbo. So we've done Tinubu scorecard, we've done Fayose on Osun State election. We're going to have Brymo versus Igbo, and then if we have time, we'll do our Awolowo today. If not, we'll discuss Papa's issue tomorrow. Please participate if you're on TikTok. This is showing an activity. Thank you very much. One second, please. What's happening? There's a little issue here, please. So I think we need to have more people participating on TikTok. This thing is not giving what it should be giving. I hope it doesn't go off. Wow. Patience, please. So I apologize. There's an issue with TikTok. So please be on TikTok, please power tap. I mean, the issue we had right now is because of lack of engagement, but we can get that sorted by power tapping. Let's fix it. Okay. Ọ̀rọ̀ Brymo ló kàn báyìí sìn. Wọ́n bọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ wá fún yín. So Brymo, I was saying earlier that he made some statements about the Igbo before the election, for the last election, and he was questioned about it. But like I said, he chose to put down and interviewed on the podcast. Oh dear, oh dear. Was interviewed on a podcast, and this is what he has to say. Take a listen, please.
Child in the presence of the father and the child is already the child in the presence of the father and the mother.
Bible don't talk about polygamy. So you don't also say this whole cancer. I mean, they ask you about, because the reason I mentioned that cancel culture now, because of your stance. You know, when you had mentioned that Igbo thing, I know you had apologized for it. You also came back.
Apologized for what?
About having an Igbo presidency. When
I didn't apologize for anything.
You did not?
People need to apologize to me, but then I don't apologize for anything. I know what I'm talking about to apologize for. I was stressing out my daddy. People look for apology. Hold on, Sharon. You look for apology. Even when somebody offend you, say, we need to apologize. All right. By the way, I didn't.
If person offend you now, whether or not they apologize, you don't mind.
They don't apologize, first of all. So I will be waiting for it. You don't apologize. And now that's also creating that trend. So bad that when you apologize, people don't believe you. Today when you say sorry, I said sorry, Abby. Oh, so you really don't. That's not the punishment. So people then say, I don't do anything to avoid backlash. So you have to be very careful what you say, because once you say it, if you say you are not sorry, if you say I'm not going to apologize, make sure you don't have to. That's my point. So everything I said concerning the Igbos, I said it because I will not have to apologize after saying it. For instance, you pull out something I said and tell me how I was wrong to say it. Then I can explain it to you. Then you get it. If you're talking about Ojukwu, I should get the national honors. I should get the national award for what I said about Ojukwu. It's a shame that the Igbos will pretend that it's some kind of a historic figure in their story. What's historic about Ojukwu? Who started a war, established a country overnight, printed currency, wrote national anthem, declared Biafra as a country. The Nigerians started coming for you in the war and said they want to take Biafra back. And they took. And in nights before the war ended, you took your Rolls Royce, took your private jet, took your Bianca fine wife, carry your children, load up, jack off for the country, say you go look for help. To never, ever return alive to this country again. As your founding father? Does that mean which apologies are on offer now? Shouldn't they be apologizing to themselves? For calling that kind of man legend?
So that's what Brymo said. I mean, there are some embellishments. For instance, he didn't travel with Rolls Royce. He was went on a flight. He wasn't married to Bianca at the time, but of course he had a family. I mean, there's some little details in there. He didn't go a day before, but of course he could have said a day before, because he did Agidi for more than 2 years. The war lasted 30 months. Yes, Koboko, Bianca was very young at the time. She was a child at the time. She wasn't married to Bianca at that time, but eventually she married late. She married Bianca much later. Yeah, he ran away very close to the time. Yes, someone says Bianca was born in 1968. Yeah, and the war ended in 1970. I think he jackpot in Was it December 69? I'll check. I think he ran away in December, and he ran away. Then he said that he never returned. He did return. He returned 12 years later in 1982. Yeah, he left in January of 1970. I remember now. He left, just to confirm, but I think he ran away. He didn't even leave. Let's not say he left. That's too much. But he fled. Can you imagine somebody having this person as their hero, calling everybody else cowards? Yes, he fled January. He fled in January 1970, January 11. And then um, Effiong surrendered on January 15. Effiong surrendered 4 days after Ojukwu fled. When you have a person like that and you call other people cowards, it shows that you are not thinking straight, or your brain has been extracted and somehow they pour sawdust in place of the brain, because Abba, that's a coward right there. And he was away for 12 years. He returned in 82 to support the very group he said was destroying Nigeria and was trying to do something to the Igbos. The North. Ojukwu joined the NPN to work with them. He campaigned for Shehu Shagari. So, why did I play that video? Because, number one, I like the fact that I doubled down. A time comes in the life of a people or of a country like Nigeria where we begin to speak truth, not because you're trying to hurt people, but just because you refuse to be blackmailed. And that time has come. You speak the truth not because you hate anybody, but because you just know that it's enough. The guilt tripping is enough. How on earth do you make Ojukwu your hero and then you criticize other people? Which leads me to the second video, which is actually what I want to talk about. Brymo. How do you make someone like Ojukwu your hero, and then you are questioning true heroes, and you're trying to downplay what they did? Recently, by the way, one of the lawyers to the one in Sokoto prison, he went to town. I went to look for one clip from Papa. True to form, this is exactly what Igbo leaders have done since 1960s. Just sweeping up emotions that will keep you bound. I'll say it again. This propaganda that Igbo people do, including the so-called intellectuals, it will keep your people perpetually bound. You're bound to, and the funny thing is that you're not bound to the realities of the war as much as you are bound to the propaganda that you're still continuing. Can you imagine 56 years after the war, you are still repeating the exact same stupidity that people in Radio Biafra were spreading at the time? All for what? To get people to feel that they owe you something. I've said this before, I'll say it again. As a human being, as a Yoruba man, as a Nigerian, I can empathize with the Igbos. I can sympathize with them, but I have nothing to apologize for. I can show you sympathy and empathy. I can see what you have gone through. I can even put myself in your shoes. If there's anything I can do to make things easier, I will. But as long as you're not expecting me to apologize. And I'll say this, no sane Yoruba person would ever do that. If you're sane and you have knowledge of history, you see no reason to apologize for anything because you have nothing to apologize for. And I'll say it this way. The reason they push this anti-Awo narrative every other day is because they're trying to guilt trip you Yoruba people on, oh, there's a way we have to. No. So when he said Ojukwu, By the way, if you're a sensible person and somebody led your parents to their death, and then fled, only to return, let me put it this way: you led your grandparents to their death, you return to your parents' welcome, they give you a heroic welcome, and you, the grandchildren, you are blaming other forces for what happened to you. Are you dumb? And then when people now speak on it, you're like, you should apologize for what? I'm saying this because of the video I'm about to play. See, let me tell you something. On Nigerian history, once you touch Awo, I don't care who you are. And there's no, I don't offer anybody apology for what I just said right now. Once you touch Awo, I don't care who you are, you will collect. Because we have to be doing this thing. So what's this bad thing that they said Awo said? Awo said, and I've done a session on this before, so I'm not going to go deep into it. Tomorrow I want to spend time on that scorecard thing. I want us to look at it together. So today we're just going to talk about it, about this Awo thing. I've done several sessions about this whole food thing. So if you want to get more details, please watch our videos. You can just go on YouTube, search Busuyori's Awolowo and starvation. We're going to make some things very clear. Number one, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I know you'll be like, but this again. Number one, as a Yoruba man, I owe nobody any apology in this country. I owe you respect. I owe you respect. I owe you love. I owe you compassion, but no apologies. I can empathize. I can sympathize, but I apologize for nothing. That's number one. Number two, the idea of saying Awo said something and that's the reason something happened, therefore we owe you something, is foul. What Awo said was right before he said it. It was right when he said it. It is right today. It will always be right. Because there's no sane human being who goes to war with another person and expect the enemy to feed his people. Should we have a session on this thing tomorrow? I know we've done it before. Maybe we should have a session on it because as I'm talking, I'm just seeing different books and materials that I think we should reference. We're going to talk about it. You cannot expect your enemies to feed you. Unless, of course, you are dumb. Because for you to say you want to declare a nation, you should have provided something for your own people. I think we should do it tomorrow. I want to talk about why nobody owes anybody apology in this country. What Ojukwu said after the war about his preparedness for the feeding of his people. Hint, he had no preparation that makes any sense. He said it in October 1970. There's an interview that was conducted by Frederick Forsyth. Somebody says maybe they wanted to be fed with poison. Ola Abi, here's the crazy part. They lied that Awo was sending poisonous food to them. But the people who use microphone to tell the Igbo people that Awo was sending poisonous food, they were eating the food that Awo was sending. Gosh. I'm looking at my time and the things I want to do after this session. I would have just give me a second. You know what? Let's do it. I'll play you the video. I'll play you the video of what Awo said, and I'll explain some things. If I see let's see how it goes. So this guy, who happens to be one of Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers, who he eventually told to leave him alone and he could face the law himself and tell the judge, you don't know the law. Omotosho, you don't know the law. Well, of course, he landed in Sokoto, languishing in the prison. Anyway, before he went, he had some lawyers. One of them is Aloy Jimako. Aloy Jimako, for whatever reason, decided to put this video out. By the way, I think he also wants to run for one office in the Southeast. Anyway, put out this video, and this is the clip, the part of, there was there's a documentary that was made recently. So I think he just cut that clip out and put a documentary about surviving Biafra, which I also think is leaning more towards the Igbo narrative than the objective narrative. Interestingly, one of the excuse me, one of the resource persons for that documentary had authored a book, The Tragedy of Victory, right? The book, of course, the author is Brigadier Godjan Labi Sama. He had authored the book, and he put out his position. When he made these people to talk about this war, perhaps because he was talking to his son and his grandson, what he said is totally different from, I mean, not totally, his attitude, right? And his sentiments appear to be a bit different from what you read in the books and other books, by the way, not just his own book. All right. I mean, it could be age, it could be sentiment and all that, and also the reality that people suffered, which is something terrible. People dying is terrible, but you can't gaslight the rest of the country with your pain, especially when it's a self-inflicted pain. And I say that with all the love I can muster. Let's listen to the clip that they put out earlier.
But we are certainly not going to end the war on account of people being starved. All is fair in war, so we are told, and that is the position. The plight of the civilians is not the number one priority. The number one priority is the unity of the country. Enables the war.
I'll play it again.
But we are certainly not going to end the war on account of people being starved. All is fair in war, so we are told, and that is the position. The plight of the civilians is not the number one priority. The number one priority is the unity of the country. Enables.
All right. So here's the thing. This came out, and people got very, oh, see what I did. I could read out the comments just there insulting Papa. Again, if you insult Awo, I don't care whose father you are or whose son you are a retard. And if you're a rapper, say, why are you so passionate about it? Because when people want to destroy your ethnicity or destroy your heritage, all they have to do is look for the most important person in your race and attack that person. See, if he did something wrong, guess what? I would understand. He did nothing wrong. So if you speak against him, you're a retard. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you think you know. You are properly retarded. And the funny thing is that you go through their race, you can't find anybody of worth. I don't want to tell you what I'm seeing right now that made me say what I said, because it's actually very insulting to his memory. But that thing has to stop. You come from a place, just open mouth, talk anyhow, because we're all one Nigeria. I'll read to you the full scope because they cut this video, so I want to read what Achebe wrote. Achebe wrote a book that was a country. It's actually quite a shame that was the last book he wrote. It's a shame. And I say that because you'd expect that what you're going to end your life with will be something to just when people eventually go back to it to read, they learn stuff rather than you continuing the legacy of propaganda. And just in case you don't know, Achebe was one of the propagandists for Biafra. He was a director of Radio Biafra during the war. So, and he was also one of the roving ambassadors traveling all over the place on behalf of Biafra. And when you read that book, you can tell exactly that mindset is still there. And it's quite a shame because, you see, no matter who you are, including Papa himself, Awo, you are still human. You could make mistakes. Awo made some mistakes. Not in this war. Let me just make it very clear. There's no mistake he made in this war. You say, I want to point out to you, come and point it out. And don't come with some nonsense. Can you come looking for apology? Not here. Anyway, Mumbo, I'll find you that stuff. I want to read what he wrote in his book before I read the things that Awo said. So this is Achebe's book that was a country. This is what he wrote, which is what people are still banding about now in the name of, looking for people to come and say sorry. Nobody's saying sorry to anybody. And this is, again, I have to explain. This is not hate. It's just knowledge. I can say, oh, sorry about what you're going through. I wish this didn't happen to you. How can I help you? But once you cross that line and you say, you talking to me that I am the reason for your predicament, that tells me that you're a retard, because you're trying to now pile the blame on me, even though you have a person who fled after starting a war he couldn't win. But you never say anything about him because for some reason he's your deity. This is Achebe. It is important to point out that most Nigerians were against the war and abhorred the senseless violence that ensued as a result of the conflict. Gowon's wartime cabinet, it should also be remembered, was full of intellectuals like Obafemi Awolowo and Anthony Naoro, and super permanent secretaries like Alison Akene Ayida, among others, who came up with a boatload of infamous and regrettable policies. A statement credited to Chief Obafemi Awolowo and echoed by his cohorts is the most callous and unfortunate. All is fair in war, and starvation is one of the weapons of war. I don't see why we should feed our enemies fat in order for them to fight harder. Now, let me ask you a question, and I believe that everybody listening right now, we are all smart, we are intelligent, we have our heads properly on our shoulders. What will make a sane person see anything wrong with that statement? I'll read it again. All is fair in war, and starvation is one of the weapons of war. I don't see why we should feed our enemies fat in order for them to fight harder. What's wrong with that statement? Who feeds their enemies fat so that they could fight them harder? And you assume the person has brain. What's wrong with the statement? I don't see why we should feed our. By the way, when you hear the word enemies, it suggests to you it's talking about the people who are fighting. Say, I don't see why we should feed our enemies fat in order for them to fight harder. It's talking about the people who are really fighting. So the enemies, if you really think about it, is not so much the people as it is the soldiers. You want to fight me. You want me to feed you. Forget the people for a second, as important as they are. You want me to feed your soldiers so that you can fight me. And if I don't do that, it's because I'm callous and unfortunate, which is what Achebe wrote here. That's why I say it's an unfortunate thing that this was his last book. Should I just stuck to writing his novels and fiction? I don't see why all is fair in war. Let me read everything. And starvation is one of the weapons of war. That's where they always stop, which is also what they did with this video. But the other part is, I don't see why we should feed our enemies fat in order for them to fight harder. I don't owe you food as my enemy. May I give you food so that you can be strong, so you can fight me? And the fighting is not, play. You feel kill the people on this side. But the question is, why would I will say this? I thought you were not going to ask. So we're going to go back to something he said in 1983. There was a campaign in Abeokuta in 1983. And Papa was questioned about this whole thing. That's why, again, if you're a Yoruba person, please, we've got to know what's happening. Like I always say, love everybody. Respect everybody. Be kind to everybody. But don't be naive. And don't be stupid. Don't allow people to come and feel bread to go in the budget. I'll find you that. Oh shoot. Just give me 1 minute. I'm going to get it done in less than 1 minute. Good. So, was asked that question about what happened, with the food and with the people, and this particular stuff is titled "My Role in the War." We're just going to go straight to the point where he talked about the food issue. This is Papa speaking. He says, above all, talking about the starvation policy, above all, the ending of the war itself that I'm accused of starving the Igbos. I did nothing of the sort. You know, shortly after the liberation of these places, Calabar, Enugu, and Port Harcourt, I decided to pay a visit. There are certain things which I knew which you don't know, which I don't want to say here now. When I write my reminiscences in the future, I will do so. Some of the soldiers were not truthful with us. They didn't tell us correct stories and so on. I wanted to go there and see things for myself. Bear in mind that Gowon himself did not go there at that time. It was after the war was over that he donned himself up in various military dresses, Air Force dress, Army dress, and so on, and went to the war-torn areas. But I went, and some people tried to frighten me out of my goal by saying that Adekunle was my enemy and was going to see to it that I never returned from the place. So I went. But when I went, what did I see? I saw the Kwashiorkor victims. If you see a Kwashiorkor victim, you never like war to be waged. Terrible sight in Enugu, in Port Harcourt, not many in Calabar, but mainly in Enugu and Port Harcourt. Then I inquired, pay attention please, then I inquired, what happened to the food we are sending to the civilians? We were sending food through the Red Cross and Caritas to them. But what happened was that the vehicles carrying the food were always ambushed by the soldiers. That's what I discovered. And the food would then be taken to the soldiers to feed them, and so they were able to continue to fight. And I said that was a very dangerous policy. We did not intend the food for soldiers. But who will go behind the line to stop the soldiers from ambushing the vehicles that were carrying the food? And as long as soldiers were fed, the war will continue. And who will continue to suffer? And those who didn't go to the place to see things as I did, you remember that all the big guns, all the soldiers in the Biafran army looked all well fed after the war. It is only the mass of the people that suffered Kwashiorkor. You will not hear of a single lawyer, a single doctor, a single architect who suffered from Kwashiorkor. None of their children either. So they waylaid the foods, they ambushed the vehicles, and took the food to their friends and to their collaborators and to their children, and the masses were suffering. So I decided to stop sending the food there. In the process, the civilians would suffer, but the soldiers will suffer most. I want to clap for our. So here's the deal. Number one, if you want to fight a war, you better have a provision. You better have provision for your own feeding. I mean, let's even say that you are bereft of ideas to the point where you just hate your people. At least you have to feed your soldiers now. Excuse me. At least you're going to feed your soldiers. If you're going to feed your soldiers, where is the food that your soldiers will eat? Let's even say you don't like your people, you hate them, just want to fight and win. Okay, agreed. Which is bad enough. And I'm telling you that happened, by the way. You know what? Let me read that to you so that it doesn't look like I'm even giving you hypothetical situations. Ojukwu did not care about his people eating. I've done it here before, but we're going to do it again. Because we have to be addressing these things. Before they go and the next generation will be telling you that, see what your fathers did to us, they starved us. They starved you. But here's the point. Why did you need them to feed you? So here's the thing. You have no plans to feed the people. You have no plans to feed the soldiers. The food that the government of Nigeria was allowing to get to the people, the soldiers will ambush, the people bringing the stuff, carry the food and eat the food. Meanwhile, the people were suffering. You now tell the people that, hey, then people for the other side, Nigeria, particularly Awo, they must mention that name. Now him, they make people suffer because he said all is fair in war, but he didn't finish that quote. All is fair in war. Starvation is a weapon of war. What's the word now? I don't expect. No. I'm a bit excited, so I want to read it exactly as he wrote it here. But all is fair in war. Where is it now? All is fair in war, and starvation is one of the weapons of war. I don't see why we should feed our enemies fat in order for them to fight harder. Only an insane man would have a problem with that statement. Let's just first agree. Well, whether you agree or you don't agree, the person has to be insane to not agree with this. But I don't know the kind of arts you expect people to have to come and be fitting the person when they fight them. Meanwhile, Ojuku himself, they were begging Ojuku to allow his people to eat. Should I read that one now? Give me a second. I'm thinking, I'm thinking I should read you something from the propagandists back in the day. Give me 1 second. What's this guy's name? Okonkon Ndem. Again, love everybody. We love everybody. Nobody's fighting anybody. But these lies are too many. It's too much. Which one should I start with? Let's start with the letter that Goldstein wrote to Ojuku. This was August 17. Today is 19, so 2 days ago. Would have made it, how many years? 58 years. August 17, 1968, published by Morning Post. You find this in the book by Kojalabi Sama, Tragedy Without Victory. Open letter to Odume Gojuku from Robert S. Goldstein, public relations representative of Biafra, not of Nigeria, of Biafra in the United States. It was published again, like I said, in the Morning Post, Lagos, August 17, 1968. So, this is long, but I think it's going to be worth it. So let's get into this. As your public relations representative in the United States, it is my distasteful duty to tender my resignation based on the following points. Point one. In November of 1967, you know what? I'm not going to read everything because of time. I'm just going to jump to the part that has to do with the food because of time. We have a lot. Let's just jump to giving you uniform context about jump. That's the thing. That's the thing about reading this stuff. Let's just read gently. We'll go through it so we can all understand together. Let's start again. As your public relations representative in the United States, it is my distasteful duty to tender my resignation based on the following points. Point one. In November of 1967, when we met in Umuahia, you and your cabinet were very impressive. You told me of the woes of your little republic, that thousands of people were dying, and more were prepared to die for freedom's sake. You and your cabinet told me you believed world opinion would help your cause if you could get your story across. You expressed the opinion that very few, if any people in the United States knew of the plight of the Biafrans. You asked me to tell the world that Britain had teamed up with Russia in a conspiracy with the federal government of Nigeria to murder every Igbo in Biafra. You suggested I use my talents to induce the press to write about the Biafran side of the war, as at that time, all news came out of Lagos. You will recall that I did not take the assignment that day, but stayed on several days before deciding to take that job to help win the peace. At that time, I stated to you and your cabinet that I was taking the assignment, making it crystal clear I would try my best to help win the peace, not the war. Point two. I immediately arranged the first World Press Conference in Biafra, inviting the US press as well as journalists and television people from England, France, Switzerland, Africa, and other parts of the globe. This was the first news breakthrough. I arranged regular trips into Biafra for the world press, helped set up stringers and so on, so that your statements and the statements of your cabinet would be heard. At that time, I was absolutely positive you were right and your cause was a just one in the best interest of the free world and your countrymen. Point three. Finally, the Republic of Biafra was recognized first by Tanzania, then quickly followed by Gabon, the Ivory Coast, and Zambia. Our public relations work was paying off. World opinion was starting to side with us. Peace talks were arranged at Kampala. I thought that if anyone walked away from the table, it would be the federal government. But to my dismay, it was Biafra that left the conference. After all the fighting and killing, I knew that peace would not come easy, but I could not understand leaving the peace conference until the last point was negotiated and the avenue explored. Point 4. Then urgent telex messages were received from Biafra telling of tens of thousands of people starving in the refugee camps. Please pay attention. Urgent telex messages were received from Biafra telling of tens of thousands of people starving in the refugee camps, the villages, the bush country, stating if something weren't done in the next few months, over 1 million women, children, and aged would be starved to death. I immediately contacted the press, urgently petitioned the State Department for action on their part. Food, medicine, and milk were sent to the only available ports open for immediate shipment to Biafra land via land routes. For immediate shipment to Biafra, in quote, via land routes through federal and Biafra territory under the auspices of world organizations such as International Red Cross, among others. Then came the incredible answer from Biafra that land corridors could not be acceptable until there was a complete ceasefire, and that an airlift was the only solution to feed the starving. Pause. The reason was that with the airlift, they could smuggle in weapons without having to go through the borders. And you can read, we've had a session on that before, but let's just stay with this one. So Ojukwu said, you can't bring food. People are hungry, but don't bring food to us through land corridors. You have to come. Now you they beg. Now you they determine how they go bring the food. You then appeared before the various heads of states and representatives of the OAU at Niamey in Niger. I fully expected you to at least accept the word help that was offered your starving throngs. However, you delayed. Pay attention, please. You delayed, hoping to use these unfortunates with world sympathy on their side as a tool to further your ambition to achieve war concessions at the upcoming peace talks in Addis Ababa. Thus, innocent victims continue to perish needlessly of starvation, the most agonizing death that can befall any living creature. And I should be the one apologizing for Awo. You were using these unfortunates with world sympathy on their side as a tool to further your ambition to achieve war concessions at the upcoming peace talks. Your own people, Fa. They will come and take pictures, they do content, taking pictures and sending to Life magazine in order to gain world sympathy, which is what people still do till today. And guess what? I know you're actually blackmailing me with that sympathy thing, but I'll give it to you. Someone said it didn't work. It worked. What are you talking about? It worked. It worked. And it still works. And I don't mind that it works, to be honest. I don't mind because, like I always say, if you see those pictures and you watch those videos and you don't feel Itara, it doesn't pain you, you also have to check yourself. Oh. No matter where you are from, Yoruba or Igbo, Hausa, TV, Doma, American, English, wherever you're from or wherever you are, if you see those videos, something must stay within you. Like, why do people suffer like this? You must feel that pain. That's what empathy is. And it's important that we all have empathy. Don't lose your empathy, regardless of people that are blackmailing you. Sometimes I intentionally allow you to blackmail me on that matter because guess what? I want to be human. The people that led you were just leading their lives as though they were living in a zoo, because how do you do that to your own people? But guess what? I'm going to feel that pain. I'm going to at least empathize, but that's where it ends. In fact, I may even do something to help, but don't tell me to apologize for that because I didn't do it. Oga was using these people for content. More continue now. This was a PR representative of Biafra. Point 5. In fact, let me go back to that point. Needlessly of starvation, the most agonizing death that can befall any living creature. Point 5. This was incredible to me. I am now convinced that I have been used by you and your cabinet to help in military adventures of your origin. using your starving hordes as hostages to negotiate a victory. Using your starving hordes as hostages to negotiate your victory. If at some later date, following the issuance of this letter, you do concede to allow a mercy land corridor, would you expect me to agree to espouse before the world press the incredible delay of your decision? What explanation could I honestly give for the needless prolongation of this horror? I pray this communication may in some small way influence you to move affirmatively, allowing the mercy land corridor to be born. Listen to this. It is inconceivable to me that you would stop the feeding of thousands of your countrymen under auspices of world organizations such as the International Red Cross, World Council of Churches, and many more, via a land corridor, which is the only practical way to bring in food to help at this time. It is inconceivable to me that men of good faith would try to twist world opinion in such a manner as to deceive people into believing that the starvation and hunger that is consuming Biafra is a plot of Britain, Nigeria, and others to commit genocide. Oh, it's how? Oh, it's Nigeria. Oh, it's Britain. They're the ones who are doing this thing. You are the one intentionally stopping the food from entering, at least at this point. For two reasons. Number one, not be your soldiers the food they go to. Number two, because you also want to use the crates to bring in arms and ammunition, which would be easier when you have airlift. So I say it is inconceivable to me that men of good faith would try to twist world opinion. That's what is still happening till today. People are twisting your opinion. You two are doing, you are being used. I cannot in all conscience serve you any longer, nor can I be a party to suppressing the fact, listen, that you're starving thousands have the food, medicine, and milk available to them. It can and is ready to be delivered through international organizations to you. Only your constant refusal has stopped its delivery. I am this date tendering my resignation and I'm returning to Mr. Collins Obi of the African Continental Bank all the fees you have given me. Letter of credit number 354 $400,000. So you return the $400,000 that you collected from Ojukwu. Then it says here, listen to this interesting part. I have sent to your representative in New York a bond in the amount of £800,000 that I was holding in your behalf. I have also this date sent the bond of £200 issued by the Central Bank of Nigeria back to them for disposal. Nigeria sent money to Ojukwu's PR representative to help Biafra, but the Nigerians are the bad people. I am now convinced that one Nigeria is the only solution to peace. I also call upon you, Mr. Ojukwu, to allow your starving people to be fed. Their well-being is of deep concern to me as well as other right-thinking people of the world. Your acting in the utmost haste in this matter is, in my opinion, the first step toward any lasting peace in your country. Robert S. Goldstein. How do you beat this? Ojukwu did not allow your fathers to eat, but always the one I should blame. And you have to be a bastard as a Yoruba person to now follow that trajectory and say, oh, because I want to be seen as a good man, not be insulting now. What is shape for you? And to bawa be. I want to shape for you ko ni mu yin lagbara Ọlọ́run. I don't understand. Now you go to do as if now you meanwhile, you know what? Before I even go on, I want to play you a video. I've played part of it. I'm going to play you a video before the end of this show, right? I played part of it before, but never the full clip. I'm going to play the full clip today, just so you understand where we are, or where we have been as a people, and why you shouldn't. But that was the doubt. I'm going to play you. 1 second, please. I'm going to play you that can listen to it. When this if you put out this video, I'm going to include this video as well, or this clip. Give me a second. I'm going to find it for you very quickly. What happened when the BBC interviewed Yoruba people and also interviewed Igbo people in Lagos immediately after the war? Take a listen.
And they've now seen the light.
Lagos was hardly affected by the war. Prices went up, but there was no shortage of food, only of some imported goods. Many in Lagos see the problem of uniting Nigeria again as easy because they want it to be easy.
Can you accept that the Igbos will be your brother after this war?
Of course, really. We like them. They are still Nigerians. We want them. That's why we are fighting for unity.
Do you think they will like you so much, though, after all this?
I can say that we knows that we like them.
But do you feel it will be easy to integrate them in Nigeria now?
What? They are already Nigerians. What? They are already Nigerians. We never disputed it.
Well, they disputed it, though, didn't they?
No, they didn't dispute.
You have been an Igbo living here in Lagos for how long?
For 6 years, 10 years now.
And has it been unpleasant for you at all during the war?
But I've not been, no inconvenience so far. I've not been inconvenienced by anybody.
And do you think that your fellow Igbos who were in Biafra will now find it easy to become part of one Nigeria?
It's going to take a long time. From my own considered opinion, I think really it's not going to be easy for the Igbos to unite with the rest of Nigerians. When we remember the losses in lives, losses in goods, and as a matter of fact, destructions.
I'd like to know how you feel about the end of the war.
Yeah. Exactly. As for me, I feel very happy. Although,
why?
I feel very happy. You know, as a young boy, I would not like to see war in my country. Now, I'm very happy because the war is ending. And I know that the people in the East, because you could tell lies, told them lies in order to go away. Now they will soon come back. To easy to do too. It's very easy.
Do you think that they only formed Biafra because they heard a lot of lies, do you?
It's a lie.
Yeah.
It's a pure one.
It's a pure lie. And I'm happy to hear the result of the war now. Because I'm happy to, I'm so sorry because I want them to catch that Ojuku because I don't know where he is now. And we still need, I want to see him personally. I want to talk to him.
What would you like to say to that?
I want to see him just to come and see the result of his work.
I could see the deluge coming. I felt it and I saw it. And in fact, I said so. And I told Ojukwu so. I advised him. He asked my view before the secession. That was before Aburi. I said, don't secede. That was all I could say. I felt that there were other ways in which the problem could be tackled.
The Yoruba elders were even making excuses for them. Oh, they were misled. They were misled. You know, they are citizens already. That's the mindset of your fathers. How can you come from this kind of people and apologize to people whose leaders intentionally prevented their fathers from eating? And I was said something in that interview I played earlier, that when you look at their soldiers, their architects, their pharmacists, the lawyers, none of them had issues with starvation. I'm going to play you a video. This was at the surrender, all right, at the surrender to go on, right? I'm going to play a video. You see what the men look like. I'm talking about the folks who returned to Nigeria. Oh dear, where's this stuff? Bro, I have it somewhere here. It's on my tab, but I don't want to carry tab, obviously.
You don't.
Pastor. Something is not. Iboni history. Can you about to along? Okay, all right now. All right, let me play it for you, please. Just look at the people who came to surrender to go on and tell me how many of them look starved. Well, all right. No audio, so you're just gonna have to listen, just watch, just a few seconds actually. Let's go one. That should be a passenger. That's F Young and his men. So I put that came from the east to surrender on January 15. That's F Young. By the way, one of these days I think we should read F Young's book on Nigeria and Biafra. We're gonna find time and look at his own perspective. That's Philip F. Young. Those are the people that came to Lagos to surrender to go on. And Papa said when you look at all those people, they didn't look hungry. That's because Ojukwu was taking care of those that were useful to him. It's funny that it's people whose parents were not really useful to Ojukwu. So Ojukwu was just the only thing Ojukwu felt they were useful for, which is sad, was just to be taking pictures. You see them in my city, you see them. I'll read something else to you. Why are we doing this? Because we are callous or we don't, like people? No, that's not why. It's because generations after generations of Yoruba people since 1970 have been. Thank you very much for the gift, Ayofe. I've been made to believe that somehow Nigeria has done something so terrible that they have to now find a way to apologize or make up for something. So, oh, we need presidency. Why? Because of the war. Everything is because of the war. Oh, nobody say, let's go and fight. Now you won't fight. Do you know what was done to dissuade Ojukwu from fighting? Let me read something from Facebook. Mr. Dekunle wrote TV Samuel says, hello, sir. Sanity depends on who is defining it. The question could well be, if all is fair in war, why shouldn't my enemy feed my soldiers? Madness in some quarters is tribal. Dan says on YouTube, Proverbs 20:18 is the best answer for Igbo, for Ojukwu. All right, let's look at that scripture. What does this say? I'm still reading something, so just give me a second. Let's see what the Bible says. I mean, since somebody's quoting the Bible. It's taking long. Okay. It's true. Proverbs 20, verse 18. Plans are established by seeking advice. So if you wage war, obtain guidance. Another version says, every purpose is established by counsel, and with good advice, make war. I think he had advice, just wasn't good. And thank you for the scripture, Pastor. What's your name now? Let me see the gentleman's name. Pastor Dan Omo on YouTube. You know the funny thing? What's this man's name? Zeke actually told France to stop sending food to Biafra. I don't know if you've read about that, but people really talk about that because, of course, it doesn't really support the narrative of it's other people that did this to me. I'll see if I can find you so I can just show it to you very quickly. I'm going to show you the image so you see the headline. Make everybody just enjoy, right? Let's love each other as neighbors, as friends, and just support everybody. But nobody should be coming around, with I want to blackmail the rest of you because you owe me something. I don't owe anybody nada. With all due respect, like they say. I'm going to find it now. This is not cool. Just 1 second. I saw it earlier today. Just the headline. You should see it. Good. Stop aid to rebels. Zeke tells France. Okay? I don't see a lot of tears flowing based on this, though. The former president of Nigeria, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, has called on the French government to fundamentally change its policy of supporting the rebel clique in the central eastern states. He told a group of French journalists, specially flown from Paris to London for the news conference yesterday, that the factors which had influenced French support for the rebels were no longer what they were thought to be. He noted that some foreigners have been persuaded to sympathize with the rebels because of their evil propaganda of genocide. But these suggestions of genocide, Dr. Azikiwe added, have been disapproved by impartial international observers. Dr. Azikiwe therefore stressed that there was a strong case for the French government to reconsider its policy. He said that reports that French arms were being supplied to Ojukwu have tarnished the good name of France. He urged France to change its attitude in the Nigerian crisis and revert to benevolent neutrality. French neutrality in the crisis, he added, could help to bring a quick end to the conflict. That was it. I don't see anybody going to his family members and shouting, hey, see what Zeke did. Meanwhile, if you're already the same person, you should be glad that all these people did all the things they did do. So there's something like there's a document I think I should quickly find. One document here, wow. Give me a second. I'm going to find it for you. I'm going to find it for you. Just a second, please. Just a moment. I need to stop saying just a second when it's literally more than a second. Oh, found it. Ha! Ha! Okay, let me send it to this other device so that I can read it on the big screen. No. Good. So you see what Zeke said about Ojukwu, and then you wonder how. What we should say about all these things. Because again, like I always say, have a heart that is soft. Don't hate anybody. I'm not conversing that these people are bad, hate them. Say this. No. Love them, love everyone, show empathy, But don't let anybody just be using say I suffered, it's your fault. How is it my fault? Says I was fault. How is it I was fault? Did I even owe anybody food in the first place? One second, I want to read something to you from Ojuku's statement about Azikiwe's statement about Ojukwu. This was a Drum magazine interview. Did I just mumble? They asked him a question. From your personal observation of Ojukwu during the heydays of rebellion, did you notice any trait of lunacy or near lunacy in him? This is a question Drum magazine people ask Azikiwe. One day I will probably have a full session of this interview. From your personal observation of Ojukwu during the heydays of rebellion, did you notice any trait of lunacy or near lunacy in him? Azikiwe responded, I had no opportunity to obnob with Colonel Ojukwu since the military assumed the reins of power on January 17, 1966. From the time I returned, by the way, the coup was January 15. He also became head of state January 16. Then he appointed the other guys January 17. The same day, he arrested Victor Banjo. Story for another day. From the time I returned home from England on February 26, 1966, after leaving the country in October 65, Zeke did not mention that one, but details. From the time I returned from England on February 26, 1966, to September 6, 1968, when I left Uli Airport for Paris en route to London, I was under constant surveillance or protective custody at the pleasure of Colonel Ojukwu. However, from a superficial observation, I am convinced that he is a victim of megalomania with possible paranoidal, mumbo, paranoidal, megalomania with possible paranoidal obsession of being destined to be Nigeria's head of state. I will not risk a libel action of discussing at length the issue of lunacy. At the London clinic, during my assistant, okay, I will not risk a libel action of discussing at length the issue of lunacy, but I can pinpoint traces of schizophrenia in some of his activities in the latter part of his meteoric career. There's another part. So that's one part. Hold that one in your right hand, that be your left hand. Don't use it to eat anything. There's another one where he compared him to Hitler. Because you have to have it like that. Give me a second, I'll find it for you. I'll find it. I'll find it. So they're asking if the Ojukwu was okay, obsessed out of him. And I apologize for taking a while. I hope I find it momentarily. If not, I will start looking for it again because we are here now, so I might as well find it. Just give me a few minutes. Sorry, a few seconds. Meanwhile, I think you should listen to something while we're doing this. What can you listen to? But this doesn't have any audio, so you won't be able to hear anything. Just give me a second, please. Finally, found it. What is your personal opinion of Emeka Ojukwu? This is what Azikiwe said. I am neither a saint nor a devil. I am not sure that I am qualified to pass judgments on the makers of contemporary history, except where I am privileged to obtain a glimpse of the things to come. From my personal contact of this precocious young man, he impressed me as a keen student of Niccolò Machiavelli, Napoleon Bonaparte, and Adolf Hitler, whose composite characters he tried to assume. These three tyrants had two traits in common. They were steeped in duplicity, and they had inordinate ambition for the exercise of untrammeled power. Incidentally, they became disillusioned after having done incalculable harm to their contemporaries. So it was with Chukwuemeka Ojukwu, the self-appointed head of state and self-styled general of the People's Army, and the self-elected messiah of the Igbo-speaking people of Nigeria. The funny thing, Ojukwu also has something to say about this man. I'm not going to read it today, but if you want to read it, get this book. Because I am involved, by Chukwuemeka Ojukwu. He gave his opinion of Azikiwe. He also gave his opinion of Awolowo, interestingly, but he gave his opinion of Azikiwe. Azikiwe thought the guy was a megalomaniac. He had paranoia. He had delusions of grandeur. He was like a composite character of Adolf Hitler, Napoleon Bonaparte, and Niccolò Machiavelli. So, just to give you an idea, what will make a person look at his own people suffer and die of starvation and refuse to give them food? But now, how you want insult? One more thing or two before we go. I'm going to read you a report that was written about a man called Okonkon Ndem. This was actually written by Rino Mokri, but this was in 2023. I'm going to read the part that has to do with Okonkon Ndem. By the way, Okonkon Ndem was a presenter on Radio Biafra during the war. I'm not going to read everything, just that part that has to do with the nonsense he was sharing with his people while eating the food that I was sending to them. All right. So the thing about food says, why would Chief Awolowo poison the food? Okay, let me go back just a bit. After the war, Chief Awolowo paid the East Central State all their monies from the Federation account from 1967 to 1970. He had invested the funds and returned it to them, for which he was acknowledged by S.G. Koku, the Commissioner for Economic Development in East Central State, in the Daily Times of May 22, 1971. Some others have accused Chief Awolowo of using starvation as a means of war. Others have written on my Twitter timeline that Chief Awolowo sent poisonous food to Biafra to kill Igbo. Nothing could be further from the truth. Why would Chief Awolowo poison the food he sent to Biafra to feed civilians? First and foremost, he had no duty to send food, like I said. It was a humanitarian gesture because Chief Awolowo had personal principles. The gesture brought him into conflict with General Gowon and Murtala Muhammad. You have to understand that Chief Awolowo was a very committed ascetic Christian as well as an esoteric mystic, and he could not live with himself as Biafran civilians were dying. The food itself was sent in conjunction with the Red Cross, the World Council of Churches, as well as the Catholic Church through Caritas. Then the person says, "Are you telling me the Red? Sorry, let me continue. Are you telling me the Red Cross and these other bodies would allow Chief Awolowo poison food relief?" That particular propaganda was imitated and spread by, I think, meant initiated and spread by a man called Okonkon Ndem, a presenter on Radio Biafra. The purpose was to make the civilians for whom Chief Awolowo intended the food reject it, so that it could be given to Biafran soldiers. That's just the point I want to read. It's actually a bit longer. That's just the point I'm trying to get. So the point is, even when they were still trying to get the food across to the people, you had propagandists go on radio to tell people that, hey, the food they are sending to you is poisoned. People say no to the food, the soldiers eat the exact same food. That's the kind of dynamic you had played out in Biafra, or at least during the war. So think about it as a sane mind that you all are. What was our lowest fault in all of this? And why should anybody think that somehow a Yoruba person will feel some form of, you know, some kind of way about Igbo because of what Awolowo said, which they always quote and never finish. I don't see why we should feed our enemies fatter so that they can fight us harder. Makes sense. I'm not going to do that to anybody. And Igbos will never do it to anybody. And I don't think any sane person would do it. But guess what? Even Nigerian side that was doing it, we're still being insulted till today. That's about it. So let nobody gaslight you with we suffered during the war. Let nobody gaslight you with we suffered during the war. It was a sad thing, but the responsibility lies. I mean, it's essentially the responsibility of Ojukwu to take care of the people that was. I knew I was something else I wanted to read. It's the news report. It was a news interview. It was an interview that was conducted by Frederick Forsyth in October of 1970, where he asked Ojukwu, what he could have done better. And one of the things Ojukwu mentioned in that interview, if I find it, I'm going to read it. If not, you can look for it online. I think it was Telegraph. I'm looking for it at the same time. So, wait till they talk there inside. If I find them, I'll go read them. If not, you will take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. You can go and, I found it. So they asked him on the, let me give you the break. Yeah, it was Sunday Telegraph, 4th October 1970. I like how these things, they show up. 4th October 1970, the Telegraph, okay? It's titled Biafra, Ojukwu breaks silence. Remember, the war ended January. Ojukwu fled 11th January 1970. Philip Young surrendered January 15th, and this is October. So they asked him, or Frederick Forsyth asked him, on a purely tactical level, what would you estimate were the mistakes you made? He said, mistakes? I made many. That's the most important thing that I think Ojukwu ever said, apart from his description of Awolowo, which some people say was a copy of what Ekpo wrote about Papa. Anyway, let's read what he said about the food. But I'm not going to read everything, just the part about food. To be hungry and dying because he needed the pictures for publication abroad. Talk about content creator. Now, what you also notice is that he himself is saying after the war that he did not adequately plan for hunger. So the way developing or developed or sane societies act is that they can look at that episode and say, what was wrong with what happened? Oh, you didn't plan for food. Okay, that's a mistake I shouldn't have made. You don't even have to blame him like that. Just understand the mistakes and leave it alone, rather than outsourcing responsibility because you are incapable of leading yourselves. Ojukwu said he did not plan adequately for hunger. How do you create a nation? How do you declare a nation and you don't think of the people eating? Are you going to be ruling over grass? Don't be people they make nation. It's the same nonsense they're crying about right now. They want a nation. No plans for anything after they. Okay, say you get the nation today. What do you do the next day? The same question goes to those who are shouting for Yoruba nation. You get the nation now. Which constitution are you going to work with? By the way, I don't believe Yoruba nation is coming. I know that Yoruba nation is already existing. You don't need sovereignty to be a nation. It exists already. All of that to say that a lot of people are passionate about things that they don't have the ability, or let me not say they don't have the ability, they don't have the patience to actually sit down and walk through, at least mentally and on paper. So a person who is declaring a separate nation, did not plan to feed the people, okay. And that's the hero. So we got into all of this because of the video by, the interview, Brymo, where Brymo said that, he wasn't going to apologize for anything and talked about what Ojukwu did to his people. I'm going to play that and then we'll end this session. Take a listen to this.
He's already the child in the presence of the father and the mother.
Because the reason I mentioned that cancel culture now, because of your stance. When you had mentioned that Igbo thing, I know you had apologized for it. You also came back to...
Apologized for what?
About having an Igbo presidency.
He knew he didn't apologize for it. He needed to say that in order to make you feel like, now you have the opportunity to apologize. Once you say, oh, I apologize, that there'll be... What did he even say about the Igbo presidency? I'll play it later, but let's just listen to the rest of this.
I didn't apologize for anything.
You did not?
People need to apologize to me, but then I don't need apologies for anything. And what I don't want to apologize for? I was stressing out my time. People look for apology. Hold on, Sharon. Fine. Apology. Even when somebody offend you, say, we need to apologize. All right. By the way, I didn't apologize.
If person offend you now, whether or not they apologize, you don't mind.
They don't apologize, first of all. So why will I be waiting for it? You don't apologize. And now that's also creating that trend. So bad that when you apologize, people don't believe you. Today when you say sorry, I said sorry, Abby. Oh, so you really don't. They start to punish you. So people then say, I don't do anything. So I avoid backlash. So you have to be very careful what you say, because once you say it, if you say you are not sorry, if you say I'm not going to apologize, make sure you don't have to. That's my point. So everything I said concerning the Igbos, I said it because I will not have to apologize as I'm saying it. For instance, you pull out something I said and tell me how I was wrong to say it. Then I can explain it to you. Then you get it. If you're talking about Ojukwu, I should get the national honors. I should get the national award for what I said about Ojukwu. It's a shame that the Igbos will pretend that it's some kind of a historic figure in their story. What's historic about Ojukwu? Who started a war, established a country overnight, printed currency, wrote national anthem. The declared Biafra as a country. The Nigerians started coming for you in the war and said they want to take Biafra back. And they took. And in nights before the war ended, you took your Rolls Royce, took your private jet, took your Bianca fine wife, carried all your children, load up, fuck off, jack off for the country, say you go look for help. To never, ever return alive to this country again. That's your founding father? You tell me now, which apology is that? I'm offer them. Shouldn't they be representing themselves?
Rosunuku. How can I make that kind of person a legend? Interesting. My battlefield says the federal government gave Ojukwu a substantial fund to feed his people. He probably expected it to continue. So yeah, it was in 1967. Yeah, 67. The federal government gave Ojukwu £500,000. But guess what Ojukwu used the money for? Your guess is as good as mine. Read Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green, Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion by Neil Graham Douglas. What did he do? In a speech by Anthony Nauro, I love that speech. If you notice, I quote it a lot. I love that speech. It opened my eyes to great, crazy stuff, like deep things I never knew. Anthony Nauro's speech of August 12, 1968 in Addis Ababa, he mentioned how the £500,000 that was given to Ojukwu take the money, go take and buy gun. Federal government gave him the money to help take care of the refugees who had, fled other parts of Nigeria, returned to the East Central State at the time. Federal government gave him money to take care of them. This was before Aburio. He used the £500,000 to buy guns. How do people follow people like this? And I think we should revisit that book one of these days. I love that speech. I think it has a lot of answers that we never really, looked at. I'm going to read you one of these. We're going to have a session on that speech. You follow someone like that and then you insult others for ever following sane minds. Yomi says, excuse me. Yomi says, if Ojukwu had declared Biafra in his domain without encroaching into the Nigerian space, the war would have turned out differently. The question is, let's define his domain. He had no domain. The crazy part is that Ojukwu actually believed that his domain was Nigeria. People think his domain, when they say Biafra, his idea of leadership was not just for the former Eastern region. So what happened was on May 27, 1967, Yakubu Gowon declared 12 states, right? And then limited Ojukwu's influence to East Central State, which is what you call the Southeast today, the 5 states of the Southeast, East Central State. And then, of course, you had the Southeast State, which is Akwa Ibom Cross River. Then you had Rivers, which is Rivers and parts of Bayelsa. What he did was to say that even those ones had to be part of Biafra. However, that was not the end plan. What he wrote, the letter he wrote in August of 1960, August, because he declared Biafra May 30, 1967. He wrote a letter to Victor Banjo on August 1967. The plan was to also annex Yoruba land. And according to the letter, from Jebba from Lagos all the way to Jebba. Right? From Lagos, I think we should go back to this. We should have these sessions again. Continue to refresh our memories. From Lagos all the way to Jebba, Ojukwu was going to take over Yoruba land. He told Victor Banjo in the letter that was published in the book by Professor Adeton Ogunṣeye, who, interestingly, was the first female professor in the history of Nigeria. Not Ore to Jebba, but not Ore. I know what I'm saying. Lagos to Jebba, not Ore to Jebba. Please, I know exactly what I'm saying. He said they're going to occupy Yoruba land. And the way he said they're going to liberate Yoruba land all the way to Jeba and sever ties with the north. Then Biafran forces will occupy the western region until the time they deem fit to leave. And then they also occupy Lagos, appoint the administrator of Lagos and appoint the administrator of the western region, just as they had appointed the administrator of the Midwest. Now, I was saying that the person who wrote the book that I mentioned earlier, F. Adeto Ogunseye, she's the first female professor in Nigeria's history. Okay? She was in UI. She was Victor Bajo's sister. The letter that I don't change. I think we should have another session to this. But I think we've discussed it before. So if you go to the YouTube channel, you see the letter. We read the letter. Maybe I should put. Maybe I should put it on the Telegram channel, just so you see the. You see. I mean, I'm going to put like an excerpt and then the full letter so you can read it. So Ojukwu's plan was to have not just Igbo land, but the eastern minorities, which was why he constituted what they called Eastern Consultative Assembly, which folks from the minority areas were against. And you find that in the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa and The Darkling Plain, and the book by Leche Amadi, Sunset in Biafra. They talked about how that assembly was constituted. It was full of yes men. And that was actually where one of the places that Zeke began to have problems with Ojukwu is in the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa. Anyway, the point is, he wanted to have those regions as well, and then he occupied those places, killed people in those regions, right, in rivers, in Akwa Ibom, in Cross River, burnt churches down. His men burned down churches with people inside. That happened in Cross River. About 300 people burnt down in the church. Everybody who tried to escape were gunned down. Or everybody who tried to escape was gunned down. You find that report in the book I mentioned earlier, Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Kirk Green. The man who gave that testimony, his name is B.J. Nkeme. They also talked about how they paraded non-Igbos and shot them, firing squad. When we talk about when people are shopping for pity, they should also know that they're going to get to the houses of people they have to beg and apologize to. In River State, in Cross River State, in Akwa Ibom State, in Bayelsa State, in Delta State, in Edo State, in Ondo State, in Kogi State, in Benue State, and in Lagos State. Those were 10 states. I mean, today there are 10 states. Those were the territories that Biafran forces invaded. They did not stay even in their own space. They got to Okene. The story is long. The story is plenty. But nobody should be gaslighting us with anything. They did all of that. Then they say after taking that place, so Midwest, they went to the Midwest. They appointed a governor, Albert Okonkwo. I mean, there was a plan to appoint another person, Conrad Nwanwo. And then Victor Banjo, was saying, it would be very good to have a Yoruba man. Let me give you to have an Igbo man become, governor of this quote-unquote Republic of Benin, which we are just liberating. Rubbish. We're just liberating. It was one they were just using. That's how they use Yoruba boards. We're just going to liberate them. So they say, well, we shouldn't have an Igbo person. Let me give you 3 names. You can pick one of those names. So he gave him 3 names. I'm going to tell you the 3 names very quickly. Ogbemudia from Benin. Chimnel, who was a Shekiri. Ejo, who was Urobo, who was already the military administrator of the Midwest. Ojukwu said no to the 3. He had Nwanwo in mind, who was from the Midwest but was Igbo. When Victor Bajo was like, let's take one of these Benin, Ishekiri, or Urobo. I was like, no, I have another person in mind. Don't worry. You know what you chose? You chose another Igbo man. Albert Okonkwo. He chose another Igbo man. Then, after taking the plan was to take the entire East, take the Midwest, then he will now take the West. He now wrote in the letter that he's going to make Victor Banjo the governor of the West. Guess what? If you read the book by Adewale Ademwega, while we struck, he also reported that when Onfichukwuka came to break him out of the prison in Delta State in Warri, he told him that Ojukwu had said that he will be the governor of the Western region after they've quote-unquote liberated the West. These are the people that you think you have to apologize to. So, Parofin Omeji, they now told now told the Victor Banjo is going to determine who will be the governor of Western region, who will be the governor of Lagos. Maybe that's why that one was like, wait, shape one sassy me. You now kuku man wait to actually understand the trajectory of everything. Was not sending letters to Yoruba leaders. We'll have that session one of these days. I'll read some of those materials. So I can tell you, I don't mind telling you, but I think that we do more than just talk. We want to actually read the sources. That doesn't look like we're making things up. But we'll have that session some other day. But if you read the other stuff I was talking about, Anthony now rose August 12, 1960. The plan was from the east, they take the Midwest, from the Midwest, they take the west, so to be entire south. Then from the south, they now launch an attack against the north to take the north as well. That was Ojukwu's dream. So all this, when you were saying that his territory, he had no territory, his plan was to take over the entire country. Because when you read the book by Nebo Graham Douglas, as at June 7, 1966, as at June 7, 1966, Ojukwu was already talking about how he was going to be president of Nigeria. Sorry, I was going to secede from Nigeria because he had planned to become the president of Nigeria immediately after Ironsi. Read the book, it's free of charge, it's on our Telegram channel. And the man who wrote the book was his Attorney General, and he published that book in the middle of the war. It was 1968 that the book was published. Someone said Ojukwu took approximately, no, it wasn't up to that. It wasn't up to that. It was over £2 million from Benin. Then he stole again from, so he stole money in the vaults in Benin, and then in Port Harcourt and Calabar. Laolu says, with due respect, I think Victor Banjo was not an Omali. Did you hear me say he's an Omali? I don't use such words on people. Then he says he read the room and scuttled Ojukwu's plan. He did not scuttle Ojukwu's plan. He did not scuttle Ojukwu's plan, no. He did not scuttle Ojukwu's plan, no. They see photo. You know that they lost, though, before they now withdrew to Ugeli. I think we'll have this conversation. We need to, okay, my battlefield. All right, sir. I think we should have, but let me just tell you this, my battlefield. What you will find is that by the time the war ended, this is actually what I can tell you the sources of what I'm about to say right now. By the time the war ended, Ojukwu had lost £34 million, about £34 million thereabout. You find that in A.H.M. Green's book. Not that he stole that money from Benin alone. It was Oteko Kiri. Anyway, what was I saying? Victor Banjo. We're going to have a session of Victor Banjo. Victor Banjo did not stay longer than it was meant to. And one of the reasons he waited was that he wanted to get, oh boy, this is another conversation. He was trying to get into Western region the same way he got into the Midwest. How did he get into the Midwest? There's a book by Uyilawa Osun about the minorities of the Midwest and the minorities' response to Biafra's occupation of the Midwest. They opened the gates for them to enter the Midwest. They didn't fight. Oh boy, I have to go. But let me just finish this one. They did not fight to enter the Midwest. Why? Because you have people like Wanwo. There's another guy. What's his name? One second. This is why I don't want to start talking about it, because I know that you have succeeded in tempting me. 1 second. I want to do all this just for a name, because I don't know. I think it's important. Just a second, please. the people that opened the door for Victor Banjo. One second, I'll just find the name. I think it should be here. Found it. Okwechime. Wanwo, Okwechime, Benwaje, Igboba, Ochei, and Joe Isichie. They were, no, not Achuse. They were, these were the names. They were senior Midwest officers in the Nigerian army. They worked with Ojukwu. As a matter of fact, they even went to prosecute the war against Nigeria. Let me read something to you here. This is, by the way, Tragedy of Victory by Gojo Alabi Sama. What I did not understand as an army officer was how on earth Biafran troops got to Sapele and Warri. What would they have been looking for there? What tactics or strategy was that? One would have thought that the Biafrans had an aim and a plan to achieve it. To my mind, if I were in the Biafran High Command and Lagos was my objective, what would be my aim? Biafran entry into the Midwest was, to my mind, a military blunder. There were better objectives than Benin and Lagos. What about Benue? The Benue River would have given Biafra a very good line of defense to the north. The Biafrans depended on... Hey, Oimbo, Mombo, let me drink water, beg. Let's get back to this. The Biafrans depended on the Midwest Igbo officers who in the end were not helpful to their cause. A traitor is always a traitor, and what you compromise to get, in the end you lose. Some of the Midwest senior officers that sold out and went to join Biafra were Lieutenant Colonels Conrad Nwanwo, Okwechime, Ben Waje, Igboba, Ochei, and the worst of them all, Captain Joe Isichie. All these officers had appointments in Biafra. Some even commanded Biafran troops in battle. These officers had their parents and families at Asaba and their hometowns in the Midwest, but they were fighting for Biafra across the Niger, where most of them were later relieved of their duties in Biafra as saboteurs, including Ben Waje at the Owerri front. You know, I'm going to get back to this later. The man called Achuzia, a civilian Midwesterner, fought for Biafra, as did Lieutenant Colonel Mora, who became... As soon as the firing was too heavy to bear, they thought of Mama and Papa back in the peaceful Midwest, then they ran away. Most of them were losers. We'll get to this, but if you read the stuff I mentioned earlier, the Midwest response to Biafran occupation by Uyilawa Oswanili, I'm trying not to open that one because it would keep me here longer than I want to. It talked about how people like Okwechime, people like Nwanwo actually lifted the gates, essentially, I mean, metaphorically. They were the ones who ensured easy access into the Midwest. So what Banjo was trying to do was to replicate that in the Western region by sending a letter to Obasanjo through Wole Soyinka. He had sent a letter to Obasanjo through Soyinka in June. So Soyinka was in Enugu. You find it in the book by Soyinka, You Must Set What I've Done. All right, and then he talked about the meeting they had, that he had with Victor Banjo, and then the meeting he had with Obasanjo. Obasanjo also related that meeting that he had with Soyinka in his book, My Command. We have to combine all these things and compare in order to understand what happened. You get what I mean? Anyway, the point is, what he was trying to do was to have Obasanjo open the doors, just like Nwanwo opened the door for them. All right, but Obasanjo reported to Gowon. Somebody on Twitter the other day was saying Obasanjo should not have told Gowon. I said, what should he have done? Say Obasanjo betrayed him. I said, what kind of nonsense is that? If Obasanjo did not tell Gowon that, that's Obasanjo betraying Gowon. He was put there by Gowon. It wasn't put there by Ojukwu. Why should he be loyal to Ojukwu and to Victor Banjo? What kind of rubbish is that? And then by August, I think it was August 18, 28, 18 or 20, no, 18 or 19, Papa then had a leader of thought meeting in Ibadan, where he made some statements that we're going to have a session to discuss it, and that was when Yoruba people then joined the war actively. It was August, after more than 2 months. When you hear this clown saying that you were put join Hausa to fight, they had bombed already in September of 66. They had bombed Lagos in September of 66. We didn't fight. They bombed places, killed people. But by 67, that incursion was what we, oh, okay, wait. So when they tell you that we're just going to Lagos, we're just trying to get to Lagos. If you're trying to get to Lagos, how come you are appointing administrator in the Midwest? How come you want to appoint administrator in the West? How come you wanted to appoint administrator in Lagos? And you say you're just going to Lagos to go and meet? Are you? We'll discuss this. I think we should have a session on the Midwest invasion. We'll find a way. I just that we've been doing more news these days. We'll find a balance as time goes on. But because something from today's session, the point is that Awo was a fantastic administrator, a statesman per excellence. He is a deity, I dare say so. I'm not saying Kolote Posoria, but very but it's somebody that we should hold in high regard. And I say it all the time. It's not that he was a perfect person. He was a human. He made mistakes. Everybody does. We've talked about some of the mistakes before. But as far as this war is concerned, he was on point. And the people who are insulting him, their fathers and their fathers' fathers cannot lace Awolowo's shoes. I said it. God bless you. God bless Nigeria. God bless every part of this country. And nobody can gaslight anybody with some funny history. Thank you very much for listening. We have to run now. Woo! That was a trip. All right, I don't know this person. Let me not bring you up before I go and start another wala. So tomorrow we'll be here at 4 p.m. if at time West African time, and I think we should do history, but we'll see, because I want us to do that scorecard. Now, let me put the scorecard on the Telegram channel so you can read if you want before tomorrow. I promise to do that, so it's important I do it now so I don't forget. That's Tinubu's scorecard. So we're looking at the speech by the Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Taiwo Edele. And you find this, it's on the website, on the Ministry of Finance website, but I've been able to get those things, so you don't have to do it, you know, the things I do for love. All right. Things I do for love. My lot of copy you. Give me a second. Let's go to the website. I think we should have conversations about that period more. You know, sometimes, you know, we have so many things we're thinking, we have forgotten some of the details. So we have to refresh. So I'm going to first put up the FAQs. If you go to Radio Me Global, by the way, you find this thing. You find the link right now. FAQs, that's the question and answers. We'll talk about all of that tomorrow, but please just go read them and you have an idea. Let's all be educated together. Then, the Minister's press briefing, the fiscal analysis. Shoot, I'm talking very fast. Minister's press briefing, underlying fiscal analysis, and the presentation itself. So let's do that very quickly. So if you go to Redomi Global on Telegram, Redomi is spelled REDOMI Global. You find those. Then if you go to the learning materials section, that's where I'm going to put the documents I mentioned earlier. So you find the presentation, fiscal analysis, and Minister's press briefing. All right, so they are all there now. Check it out, read, and you can also analyze, and let's study it together. So tomorrow when we have the conversation, it will be smoother than today's conversation on that matter. If you have to discuss any historical thing, maybe we'll start doing it again, probably tomorrow. I think it will be fun to have that conversation. Thank you very much for listening to this session, for joining us. If you're joining us for the first time, we do have this sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays. We discuss history, culture, politics, and innovation. Mondays to Fridays, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So please join us tomorrow. Someone on Facebook, Samuel Olutola Akeju, says he was advised to stop. Banjo and Ifeanyi told him. In response, he ordered their arrest and killed them. We'll talk about that. You find a very good. If you want to understand what even happened with them, Banjo, Ifeanyi, and why Ojukwu did what he did, you should read the book by Nelson Ota, The Trial of Biafra's Leaders. I think we've done that here before. There's a book I promise we're going to read we've not read here. That's Reminiscences by David Ejo. We'll get there by the grace of God. We'll get there. Thank you very much, Mr. Abubakar Dungus on YouTube. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. These are elders. I really appreciate you being here, sir. Mr. Samuel says he didn't scuttle the plan. He just lost favor with Ojukwu. He and Ademoyega actually fought on Biafran side, but thought they were actually liberating people, only to find out that Ojukwu and his people had other plans. Thank you very much for that. Dogba, you says without Awolowo, I would have been definitely. Deeply at all. All right. We're going to read Daughter's book together one of these days. Again, we've done it here before. I don't like reading that book live because it gets me very emotional. That day I read how they killed Victor Banjo, man, just took me out for a bit. I think I'm quite soft. People just think I'm harsh. That's why they say I hate. I don't hate anybody. But people will understand later. Anyway, that's me talking to myself. We're going to call it a day now. And 4 p.m. if time West African time, we will be here tomorrow. But before we go today, let us have our anthems. We're going to play the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. Please sing along and let's respect our country. Python Lee says, I cried that day. I mean, I was essentially vibrating while I was reading that stuff. I was trying to contain myself. It's a very emotional sin. That's why I would never call, like the person said, I would never call Banjo Moale. You call him a Yoruba bot, because Yoruba bots are naive people who think their idealism is how the world works and think that they're trying to be, they want to be fair to all and be speaking grammar. They don't understand reality. They don't try to study the other group. They assume that everybody is like them, and whatever inumimo, clean heart they have towards others is what others have towards them, not knowing that people also have ulterior motives. You have to be naive to think that way, I see a lot of them today. You have different generations. You have the generation of Victor Banjo. You have the generation of Kayode Adams. You also have the generation of the obedience. Someone says he's a brave Yoruba man with skilled loyalty. I agree. Someone says Banjo was caught between the rock and a hard place. No, he wasn't. He could have left. He chose to stay with Ojukwu himself, for Adeola Ademoyega, and another man. There are 4 Yoruba people who were there with him. It's just a shame, but he could have left. Just to stay. For Adeola too could have left. As I'm talking, I'm just remembering books that we should read. Please, if you can. The problem is that these books are out of print, so The Reluctant Rebel. You know what, guys? I like the news that we're doing, but we're not really doing this shit like. I think we're still doing this shit. Let me not talk. I mean, we did this shit literally just today, so let me not talk as though we'll find a balance, from time to time. But we should have some conversation. We'll read. Oh, well, I'm talking to myself right now, by the way. I'm just thinking out loud. But we're going to come up with something, all right? Philim Kui says, why did he got lucky and not get killed by Ojukwu? Because he was in prison. Python Lee says, if we can, let's write a movie script on Banjo. Yeah, I worked on it to a particular point. I'm going to resume that work. I think maybe have stage productions would be nice as well, but we'll see. One second, please. We're having issues here. All right. So I was going to answer somebody before YouTube brother, TikTok brother thing. So why was Ademo lucky? Ademo was lucky because Ojukwu had jailed him for something else. And so it was while he was in prison that they now took out Fajina. It's in his book, Why We Struck. They took out the Fajina and this other guy to go and kill them. And his own issue was not as, let's say, the issue he had with Ojukwu was not as bad. They needed to blame somebody. So here's the thing: they needed to blame somebody, and the ready scapegoat at the time was Adebanjo. Victor Banjo. So they did that. But we'll talk more about him. We'll have another session to discuss. So let's just close today's session, all right? Here's the Nigerian anthem. Please sing along. If you know the lyrics. If not, please learn the lyrics. All right?
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol, the truth and justice reign. Peace or battle, honor and peace we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. Oh God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Nigeria may be tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ òdìdé bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀.
Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wo ni wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́, Nàìjíríà náà ò ní dàrú. Gbogbo tá a bá dáwọ́lé a máa yọrí sí rere lágbára Ọlọ́run. May God bless you. May God bless your family. May God bless the work of your hands. May God bless our country, Nigeria. May God bless our nation, Yoruba land. Thank you very much for being part of this session. I'll see you again tomorrow, but I want to also appreciate those who gave gifts. I mentioned it earlier, but it's important to say it again. Thank you so much for your support. I was on YouTube, on TikTok. Thank you so much for your generosity. May God bless and keep you and your family. God bless everyone. I'll see you tomorrow, 4 p.m. Be on TikTok, play music, and then much later we're going to link up other platforms. Thanks so much for being here. See you at 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time tomorrow. God bless you. Odaro Wesho.